file from there. Well, why to use good practices? First of all, the OCA guidelines are based on the Odoo ones with some small modifications. Then it's really important to have a clean code with the same format and which is easy to understand for everybody, just so it facilitates the communication between all the people that contribute to the OCA. Well, now we will see the different ways that you can contribute, which can go from technical ways and more functional ways. Here are the different ways that we will see during the presentation. First, we will see that you can propose new ideas. Then we will see that you can review either functionally or technically. You can report bugs also, and you can translate. And then we will see the different ways that you can contribute through code. First of all, in all functionalities or in all the different ways that you can contribute, it's really, well, you must have you must own a GitHub account so that you can contribute. And then in the case that you want to propose a new functionality or you don't know how to solve it yourself, you can propose by going to the most appropriate project, and then from there create a new issue on the repository and writing a little description of what's your idea and why should it help, or and so on. Then we have reviewing. Well, you can review in a functional way or in a technical way. First, in a functional way, well, the README files from all the modules mainly are written from people from a technical background, which means that the description may not be so familiar for those who are more functional. So it's really important to maybe adapt those README files so that people can understand them better. Then also related to the first way that we have seen by contributing, we can suggest new improvements or improvements of functionalities already existing, or suggest new ones. And then you can test the module in different scenarios, so if you can find problems and then report them, and so on. And then in a technical way, you can always suggest changes on the code to improve the consistency, and always check that the OCA guidelines are being fulfilled, just so the pre-commit is passed and other checks. Then, by reporting a bug, you should always, like when you're trying a module and you find a problem, you should go to the module repository and then creating a new issue with this nomenclature, saying the first version or versions implied, then bug, and then the module name or module names if it's the case, and then a little description on how you should replicate the error and description maybe how it should be solved and so on. Then another way that you can contribute to the OCA is by translating the content, which it's done through the Weblate platform, which is a platform that helps us translate all the content from the OCA. And by doing it, you should go to this link and then register with your GitHub login. And once there, you should send an email by indicating which are the languages that you can translate to. And then once you get a response, you're all set to start translating the different content.
Okay, so now we will see the ways to contribute through code. First of all, we will see how to add a module, how to improve a module, to fix it, and to migrate it. So what's the problem to add a module? We find something, a problem, and it needs to be solved. Here, for example, we say we want to associate a contract with a maintenance equipment, and we still don't have it, so we will check in the repository if it already exists a module for that. If it doesn't exist, we will check the pull requests, open pull requests, and if we don't find any solution or any partial solution of that problem, we will try to start a solution for that. We will only add a module in the OCA if it's for a generic problem and it's not specific just for ours. Then we create the new module and we can post it in the most related project. Here would be in maintenance. So how we structure a module? Odoo defines some guidelines that they say you should structure the module in this way because all the contributors will check this module and know where are the files, what is this directory doing. So we will separate in models, in views, wizards, and etc. We will all follow the same guidelines. Then we have to license this module. We will usually use this AGPL license for almost all the modules, but for some of them, they will be generic, and you want other people to use it as a dependency in their private repository. So you can use this LGPL license. They will use your module as a dependency, and they can use it in a private way. Then once you added a module, we can also see how to improve it. You can have two ways to improve a module. You can add an entire functionality to a module or just improve an existing one. Once you improve it, you add the code, and you check everything is all right, it's recommended to add new tests to that module, the code that you added, because you cover that code and you check that this is working well for the future. Once you finish this improvement, you can push it on a repository, create the pull request with exactly this nomenclature, and it's important to add a detailed description of what you're doing, why you are doing that, and steps to reproduce this improvement, and so on. Then we can also fix the module. We can either find that there's a bug, or we can find in an issue that someone says, hey, in this module, we find a bug, but we don't know how to solve it, so we can fix it. And once we fix it, we apply all the changes, create a pull request with this nomenclature, always with fix, telling everyone that we are fixing something, and specifying what we are doing. Then, an important part of the OCA, to migrate modules. What is to migrate a module? It's just to upgrade a module from one version to a newer one. Here we would upgrade from version 15 to version 16. And to do that, we will follow some steps. What do we have to do before migrating? First of all, we have to check in Issues tab of the repository, check open PRs if that module is being migrated or is already started to migrate from another person. If we find that it's not started, we have to check module dependencies to know if they are migrated. If they are not, we will start from the dependencies. And once all of this is done, we can start to migrate. We notify in the repository, hey, I want to start to migrate this module, and I will understand how it works functionally or technically. Then, what's the migration process? First of all, I prepare the environment, I pull the repository, I create a new branch, I take all the history of that module from the previous version with the authorship of the all history, and then I can start to, I pass the pre-commit, and then I can start to modify. The stage of modification, we usually just change the number of the version, but sometimes we need to add changes in the attributes of the models or in the functions. We will see. But once we finish these modifications and we think that it's all done, we have to verify it, just check that all tests passes, and also check it functionally. If we check it and it's everything all right, we can push it to the repository and open a PR. Here we have a link that you can follow that they explain all the steps of that migration, and you will know what to do in every step. Then now we will explain a little bit just some conclusions and tips that we give to you from this time that we've been working with the OCA. We saw that OCA repositories are getting big, and we need more active people there. We need you, and just if you don't know how to code, you can report bugs, you can just help commenting, review functionally modules. There's a lot of things to do, and we need people to just help and contribute.
Yeah, and as we have seen, there are many ways that you can contribute. You don't have to be a technical people. You can always contribute via in a functional way, and
then, well, the last conclusion is we always, when we open PRs, when we comment, we have to be nice with each other, be respectful, and just understand the other person. Maybe the other person doesn't have the same level as us, but we can help each other, and this is what OCA is, to make a community and help us between each other.
And also, two small tips that we came up with. It's always really important to review before doing, because if you don't know how other people are working on or how are solving a problem, you will not be able to solve it yourself.
And the last one, but not less important, it's better quality than quantity. We need to think what we're doing and not just add code without thinking the best way to do it. That's all from our side. If you have questions, we will answer to it, or we will try it. Okay. So thank you very much. And that's all.
Perfecto.
¿Sí?
¿Sí?
Es en España, ¿no?
Sí.
Estoy hablando en español.
Se nota un poco. El acento.
No lo podemos evitar, ¿viste?
No. Uy.
Sí. Dije, ya veo que eran daneses y... Cataluña, ¿eh? ¿Alguien avisa o arrancamos ya?
Sí, nosotros a ver qué hora es.
Hemos preguntado,
Estefan. Ah, ok.
pero bueno, nos lo ha dicho.
Ah, ok.
Sí, se lo pregunto.
Ah, ok. Gracias. We start. Okay, okay. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so hello everyone. This talk is about how to scale up implementations in small and medium business. Strange presentation during OCA. Usually they are more technical stuff. First, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Gonzalo Ruzafa. I work in ad hoc. We have been implementing Odoo for, I think, 10 years, a bit more. We have a model that it's a bit different that most of the people involved in the OCA. We don't work with very big companies. We have big companies, but not a lot. And we do a lot of implementations a month. Now we are currently implementing like 8 new projects a month. And we support, migrate, and host the operation of like 230 database currently. And why are we giving this talk, and why do we think that it's important? Big customers require more senior consultants and developers, and we are in a world that competition is pretty aggressive on the HR market. So it's getting more and more difficult to get senior people in order to take complex projects. The other reason is like 99, I found these statistics, I didn't read it. 99% of the business, for example, in the US are small and medium business, so it's a huge market. They talk a lot in other talks about recurring revenue as one of the most important things in company to be able to be sustainable in time. SMBs are recurring revenue builders. Usually they implement faster and they become recurring revenue builders in short time. They're faster to deploy. That's it's one of the main points. They lower the risk because you are able to diversify your customer revenue base. So you're not depending on renewing a contract to provide life to your company, right? That's an important thing. Of course, it has downsides. I'm talking about the advantages. And why this talk? If we increase our market impact, we will have more resources to contribute in OCA. We need more developers, more functional stuff, so we need to grow the business. So this talk is aiming to give some tips, and hopefully you will take some in order to be able to start working in this market if you're not, right? So I don't know why, but yeah. The keywords when working with SMBs, you cannot like have a senior consultant that is working his way out. No matter what you throw at him, he will work it out. When you're not working with a senior consultant, you need to standardize. You need to have some guidelines in order to guide the person through the process in order to get to a good port without like being the top project manager. So you need to standardize, and we use a lot the word Kaizen. It's a word based in the Japanese language. It's continuous improvement. You need to get to that process. It's not like you can design it and work it out. It's like you need to continuously try to improve it based on what it happens and what you need and stuff. So we are always like defining a process and changing it all the time. It's never perfect. That's the fun part of it. Okay, and what I think one of the most important things to take into account is when you are working with SMBs, the marketing and the sales departments take a huge role in the process, right? I like to say that marketing and sales are part of the operations department. Usually when people talk about sales department, it's people that talk a lot and try to sell you things, right? I like to think about them as people that try to analyze the customer, to try to analyze the market, and try to say, okay, this is a good fit to our company, and we are going to be able to provide value to these customers. At the end of the movie, we want to provide value to the customers. That's why we are here. We do it by code, by function, whatever, but that's the main goal, right? So we work a lot in the marketing and sales department. Sometimes you feel like you're wasting your time because maybe you have a 5% conversion rate. When you're working with SMBs, your conversion rate is going to be low because you're going to be able to filter fast and to try to analyze a customer in a short amount of time, and to a prospect, and to decide if it's a fit or not. We have been changing our way of taking this approach, but nowadays we work a lot with AdWords, with organic search. We use a lot of Sales Navigator now based on LinkedIn. And why is that? I'm going to explain a bit more later, but it's really important to find the best fit. And if you want to find the best fit, that it's not going to be able to invest a lot of hours in development. You'll need to find a certain business that you are going to be able to provide value with the things that you have and minimal customization, right? So we work a lot in marketing to find these prospects. We work a lot in the sales departments to make demos that make us, we always say that the demo is more important for us than for the customer. During the demo, we try to analyze if the customer, it's a fit for our proposal, right? And if we find during the demo that there are some questions that we see that they are going to be blockers during the process, we say, okay, let's not move forward. We are not going to be able to deliver value to you. And what we want is to deliver value. If we deliver value, we can charge it, we can get money to get more resources to provide more value to other customers. That's our goal. So everything is oriented that way. During the implementation, you could say that we have a standard process, but it's like a standard way of approaching the project, but it's not that we always do the same. We are like now moving forward to understand the actual pain of the SMB. Usually as an SMB, it's not like they want to change all their company and to include a lot of modules and stuff. They usually have like 4 or 5 pains that they need to solve during the implementation. So the worst road that you could take is to try to explain how Odoo works from point to back. They don't want that. They maybe they're having maybe stock problems, or maybe they are having financial problems in planning, or they are having problems with I know, inventory, whatever. So you need to understand the pain. You need to guide your client. You need to set short-term goals. You cannot, maybe you have 3 months in order to go live, right? So you don't have time to waste. So you need to go to the value, and the value is deeply related with the pain. They will understand that they give them value if you cure the pain that they have. I always use the example, it's like going to the doctor and the doctor explaining to you how your knee works. No, you want to tell him, okay, my knee hurts, help me so it doesn't hurt, right? Don't explain me how the knee works, I don't care. And the last part, but not least, is support. We try to minimize phone communications. We try to define our scope in a very strict way. You don't want you don't want to make the mistake to mix consultancy with support. They are different things. And when customers are not willing to pay you hours, okay, 100 hours this month, I'm going to pay it, you need to be really strict about support, because otherwise you will drain your resources and you're not going to be able to implement, right? So, like explaining the different parts. Marketing, of course, we use a lot of digital marketing campaigns. We use AdWords, we use mailing, but we are now implementing a lot of cold calls and emails. This is very recent, because we need to increase you need to increase your conversion rate. That's a key point. And to increase your conversion rate, you need to go to the companies, you're pretty sure that you can help, right? You will have different customers that are good reference for them to trust you. You will understand their business and their travels and wherever. So the effort is going to be less. The same example, when you go to a medic, you want a medic that works with your kind of pains. You don't want to go to a stomach medic to help you with your knee, right? So the customer understands that, and when they understand that you speak the same language that them, they trust you, and they say, okay, maybe you can provide value. Let's move on. And this is a game of moving on, right? So every step needs to be efficient and effective, right? Odoo is growing, so leads are growing, so build up your reputation. This is a good thing, but I always say that the market is huge, the market, because we are not selling, in my opinion, we are not selling Odoo, we are trying to solve problems to customers, right? So our customers are not only the ones that are looking for Odoo. There are people that have problems. Maybe they work with SAP, maybe we work with Excel, maybe they never heard of Odoo, right? But even though Odoo is growing really fast, so build up your reputation, make you in a better position. This was all. I wouldn't include it if I made. Look for your perfect match. Do not wait for them to come. This is the same, right? Look for your girlfriend in the crowd or your boyfriend in the crowd. And the last phrase: get them fast and cheap. Toss them even faster, right? The worst thing that you could do is to stick with a prospect, like to try to, okay, it could work, because you won't have time, right? You need to make it fast, and if it's a no, it's better to be wrong in a no than to move forward, and then you may end up with a project that you cannot conclude or that it's not good for you. It will drain your resources, it will mean meetings and complaints and whatever, and that's a bad thing. Now in the sales part, what I said before, give importance to a demo. You are learning more than a client. I don't know if more, but you're learning a lot. Manage your expectations. When you're working with SMBs, it's not a buffet. They cannot ask wherever they want, and you will dedicate hours in order to solve it. So you need to manage expectations, and you need to be clear about what you are going to give them, right? Of course, they don't care if you give them less of what they wanted, they are not going to move forward. That's the important about finding value, and the expectation needs to match the value that they need so that you can sell, right? Transparent approach, we are very transparent. We tell them everything. You need them to trust you, so because in the end, it's not a short-term relation, it's a long-term relation, so you need to trust them. It's the same as with a big company, but you have less time, so it's more difficult. You cannot like have a coffee and go there and stuff. You need to do it in a small amount of time. The right fit, we already said that. Learn to say no. I don't know if you read it, but Getting Real, it's a great book. It's written by the guys from Basecamp. That's a great book to read. It's very important to understand what they need and to say, okay, maybe you want this, but you're not going to be able to afford it, or if you pay this and you take time with this, we are not going to be able to. It's cost of opportunity. It's very important for them to understand it, because otherwise they are going to say, okay, I want everything and I want to pay not that much money, so it's more to say no. And simplify and standardize your pricing. This is very important. The guys usually that are working with SMBs, they don't have open budgets, so they cannot like, okay, this month is this amount of hours, no, they want to know how much it's going to cost, right? It's difficult, it's not very easy to plan how many hours it's going to take a project, but you can do a pretty good job after you've been in quite a few iterations. You can be wrong and to give some hours free if you made a huge mistake, so there's always a way to make it work. But what I always say about the sales department is like that. We are finding the girlfriend and boyfriend in the crowd, so the sales department, it's part of the operations department for me, at least in my opinion. Going to implementation. Our goal is to understand and attack the pain. That's the main rule. So when the customer gets in, the first thing that we need to understand is, what is your pain? Why are you here? If he didn't have a pain, he wouldn't be analyzing to implement an ERP. It's a pain to implement an ERP. It takes time, it takes money. So surely there's a reason why he's doing it. Let's understand it and let's attack it. As fast as we can. We need to use the fewest amount of hours possible, right? Because he doesn't have a lot of money, right? And not just because of that, because if we use fewer hours, we have more hours to do more things in our company. So it's always good to be more efficient. This is a thing that we use one project leader that is guided by one project manager. So you'll have a project leader that is doing all the hard work, the meetings, the talks, and whatever. He may be a junior, he may be a semi-senior, but you will have a project manager that is meeting with 5 different project leaders 1 time a week and trying to deal with the blocking points and to orient their implementation. So you make a better use of the senior people, right? They are guiding, and you don't have a senior people talking about what the client did in the weekend. Maybe they start talking about that. You don't want the senior people be dealing with that situation, right? Maybe the senior guy enjoys it, but we need them for different tasks, right? Usually they take like 10, 14 weeks top with 1 or 2 meetings per week. We have standard procedures and product. You want to standardize your product. The word standardized, it's a bit dangerous because you may think that it's a standard product. It's not a standard product, but you will use different parameters and you will configure different things. But we will try to develop as less as possible. That's why we use a lot of OCA modules, but we try to minimize the customizations, and we charge them in the recurring subscription, and we are bad on it. Also, we don't want them to go that way. We want them to try to work with us to work in a different solution in order to avoid that. So yesterday they were talking about the money that Odoo charges for personalized modules and stuff. I think they do it because of that. They want to discourage people to use that because it may not be sustainable. So that's why we do it. We upgrade all databases like in a 2 years row. Sometimes we skip a version, but it's very important to be in 1 version or 2 versions, because otherwise you'll end up having a lot of versions and you're not going to be effective in implementing. And the key is sales process starts the implementation by deciding the proper fit. You may all heard about the stories. Now the sales department sold that, and they don't care if we can implement it or not. They need to work together because they are a team, right? It's just that the first part of the implementation is the sales department. I'm trying to like reivindicate the sales department. I think it has bad reputation. Looking for volume, be efficient, be effective. This also applies for a big company, but it applies for SMBs. And support, what I said before, we have 1 support leader, but we have a first level to classify and a second level to solve. Like we have a guy that is like picking up the phone or reading the ticket in order to understand what is the problem. Their task is not to solve it. They don't have to solve it. They need to understand and get a good record about the problem that they are having. Sometimes they record a mid-session in order to have a video. They write it wherever, but the objective of that is to give the ball to the second level that maybe has more experience in order to solve it, but with a clear situation about the problem that is happening, right? It's very common that there's like a lot of going past and forward with the ticket because it's not clear the actual problem that is happening. So that's why we do it that way. It's important to say that, as I said in the last bullet, you need to separate help desk from consultants. They are not the same, right? And we have consultants hours that we charge for them, and you can have a meeting and you can discuss wherever you want, your weekend activities or whatever. It's not help desk. Help desk is trying to deal with an important issue that is happening right now and needs to be solved, right? And they cannot do anything. It's not that like help desk can implement a new module for you. They won't do it. You need to have a clear scope about what they can do and what they cannot do. They can solve you a problem if you are not being able to invoice, right? And that's the problem for you, that it's urgent. But if you need to analyze your, I don't know, your maintenance process, you need to go to consultancy. They are two separate processes. And that's what it says at the end. Not everything has to be solved by the support team. So in one time, you need to say, okay, you need to go this way. It's more expensive, of course, but that's the way I can help you, right? And this is important. Summary. If you want to work with SMBs, you won't have a lot of resources in order to be able to implement. So you need to define your processes and be strict following them, and of course improving them in time. You need to look for companies that you can add value to. You need to find your right fit. You have to learn to say no. It's difficult, but once you get used to it, it's kind of fun. Sales starts the implementation, so that's an important part. Supporting and implementing are and need to be different areas. And the last thing, get real. If you haven't read that book, I really recommend it. It's like, it applies for development, for consultancy, for sales, for whatever. So that's it. Okay. Yeah, Jordi.
Thank you very much for the talk. It was very interesting.
Okay.
How do you address in my experience, the migration is the most technical part. And how do you overcome all the complexities that are associated with the fact that, well, in the end, you end up with a lot of OCA modules,
right,
standardized, but anyways, it's a complex setup.
Right.
And every company has different data and potential problems. So this is, as I understand, this can destroy all your strategy because suddenly you are faced with migration that takes 100% of the time that you plan.
Right, right. Well, very good question, because it's one of the main problems that we have with this model. We are not like in a continuous process right now in migration, so we have a lot of databases that are in 13 and we are moving forward now to 16, so we are always struggling with that. Working with a lot of modules of OCA and minor personalizations makes the migration easier. Usually we have more problems in the customer getting used to the new way of working with the new version than the struggle of the actual migration. We have made a standardized process in the migration, so we use API in order to move the databases. We run scripts that are automatically. We have improved a lot in that process, but usually the problem is that give me a consultant in order to help me to understand how to do this, that it used to be this way. And we are not providing hours for that because our subscription rates include the migration, so they don't need to pay for the migration. So that's the difficult part. We offer like successful packs in order to have like 5-10 hours in order to cope with the situation. But the real answer is it's a problem for us, and we are still struggling with it and improving it. Yep.
Does that mean for this model, customer report or potential customer who already have a heavily customized Odoo installation? Probably no.
Yeah, we don't take customers that are already working with Odoo. We don't take new databases, old databases. Because of this, we don't know how they work. We don't know how we are going to support it. And usually you can do that with a senior. They even struggle being senior with old databases. So we start from scratch. If they have an old implementation, maybe we use that implementation in order to take the data and to move it, and it's easier than if they were in another software. But we don't take old implementations. Yeah. Yeah.
It has a lot to do with connections. So
Yeah.
then you are faced with the need, if you want to effectively connect with another company, this company has to. What I face, there's a lot of rejection if the
Yeah.
salesperson is not someone.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The other person can trust.
Right.
Right? But you don't want to be with the senior.
Right.
Consultants
Of course.
right?
Of course.
How do you deal with this?
Of course. We have been working with Sales Navigation for like 4 months, so we are not experts. Eduardo knows a lot more than that than me, so you can talk with him later. But it's all about statistics, right? a lot of people talk about sales about oh, you're luck or you're not being luck. For me, it's statistics, right? You have a conversion rate and you'll have like a funnel that in the first phase you may make 100 cold calls and you will end up having 20 people that answer the phone. So you need to make 100. You'll find a list of 100 contacts in Sales Navigator. You will call them or send emails, and you may get an answer in 20 of them. Then you move to the second phase, and maybe to them, 10 of them get like to a different phase, that is a presentation. And then you may include the senior people to do it, right? So, of course, you will get a better conversion rate if you include the senior person in the first phase, but it's going to be very expensive, so you're not going to be able to do it. So for me, it's statistics. It's a funnel, it has different percentage, and you need to improve the percentages, and with your percentages, you need to define the actual number that you need in each phase in order to get to the conversion rate that is your sales objective, right? No more questions? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Not better?
Okay, I guess we can start. So, Runboat. First, I want this session to be interactive, so if you have any questions, don't hesitate to interrupt. We have half an hour, that should be enough to discuss a little bit. So Runboat, what is it? Runboat is the tool we have to let functional people test pull request or otherwise any module in the OCA repositories. For those of you who were there before, it's replacing Runboat with the tool that was created by Odoo itself. And the reason we made that is that Runboat from Odoo had become a very complex system that can do a lot of things, but as a consequence is very difficult to configure, and also it's not really adapted anymore to the needs of the OCA and our particularity to have many different repositories. So what it does is that for each commit, basically, that you do in any OCA repo, whether it is on one of the main branches from 10 to 16 now, or on a pull request, it's basically creating a new Odoo environment with a database, file store, everything. It pre-installs everything, and then it stops it. So it remains ready to start very quickly. And that is an important goal because creating a build on every commit, and we have 200 repos or something, I don't know how many open pull requests. What is very important is that when someone wants to test a repo, it doesn't need to wait too long to start an environment and start playing, otherwise it disrupts the flow. But on the other hand, we don't have the hardware resources to keep everything running all the time. So the design of Runboat is to have a reasonable amount of concurrent builds, or concurrent running instances, rather, so that various testers can work at the same time on different versions, but that we have many more builds that are ready to start in a few seconds, if possible, and also, we recognize that what's really consuming hardware CPU resource actually are the initializations. Initializing a new database consumes a lot of resource, basically one CPU to do the initialization, and so we have different thresholds to manage that. The first threshold is the number of concurrent initializations. So that one is pretty low. We have 20 on the OCA machine. So we can consume up to 20 CPUs doing initialization work. And then when the initialization is done, the instance is stopped, but all data on disk, that is the Postgres database, the file stores, the installed add-ons and dependencies, API packages, whatever, everything is kept on disk. So when someone comes and wants to start an instance, it can really start very quickly because the initialization has been done, the database is ready, and it can start. And so that's the second threshold we have, is the number of running builds. And this one can be higher. We have 150 at the moment. And it can be higher because usually the testers don't do a lot of very intensive activity. And for that, we can have many concurrent users. And then we have the total number of standby builds that are stopped. They don't use RAM nor CPU, but they use disk space. And for that, the limit is the size of our disk. And for the disk we have at the moment, we have a limit of 7,500 builds for 3.5 terabytes disks. So that gives you an idea of what we can do with a single machine with 32 cores, 64 gigabyte RAMs, and a big disk. So if you want to run your own instance or run both, that gives you an idea, and everything is tunable, but that gives you an idea of the constraints that you have to size the system. So I don't spend too much time with me. I work at Axon. We do quality open source projects, board member of the OCA, and I'm also a pip maintainer, so I'm involving myself in the broader Python community. So this is the user interface. You need to know the URL to get the builds. We don't have a nice entry point. We could add it eventually. So if you type that, you are greeted with a screen where you have a little card for each build. And based on the color, you can see if the build is running. It's written started and it's green. Or when it's blue, it means it is ready, but it's stopped. So then you have the start button where you can start it. And when it's gray, it means it's initializing. So that is creating and installing the module on the database. And when it's red, it means that there's been an error during the initialization, so you cannot start it. And so you have links to view the initialization log. So when you look at that, you can see everything that was done to initialize the dependencies and create and install the module on the Odoo database. The log is when it started. You can see the normal Odoo log of a running instance. And then you have the live button to access basically the login screen, where you can log with admin. And recently, someone, Nils, contributed a mail catcher that is automatically configured as an SMTP, it's a fake SMTP server. So you can see outgoing mails that are captured in that, which is very nice to test add-ons that rely on the mailing system of Odoo. Okay, and this screen is dynamic, and I explain a little bit after how it's done. So it's not refreshing; it's really receiving events from the server to refresh the states dynamically. So you see the color changing, and when a new peer is opened, you see the new card appearing there. All right, and then there is also a REST API. So the REST API is mainly used by the user interface. So when you click on the button, it's just doing calls to the REST API. And on the REST API, you can see the status, so the number of builds basically, and number of builds in error and things like that. You can have the list of repos, the list of builds, and for each of them, there are parameters to query the list of builds for any given repo or any given running branch or things like that. And then there are things to trigger a new build on a branch, on a pull request. These are a little bit protected, so you cannot launch them from there because they are normally triggered by GitHub webhooks automatically. But all the rest, if you go to that URL, you can access them and you can use the API for whatever you need. It's open. Okay, so if we dig a little bit in the architecture, there are quite a bit of moving parts, but in the end, it's quite simple. The first thing we have is so where should I start? Yeah, all the builds are running in a Kubernetes cluster. The reason we use Kubernetes is that it's pretty easy to deploy resources and to let the cluster manage the resources and doing the deletion, for instance, of the resource when we know we don't need them. Compared to other solutions, of course, Kubernetes is not strictly required. We could do that just with Docker or whatever. But the resource management part of Kubernetes is pretty useful for this use case. In this situation, we have a Postgres database that is running outside of Kubernetes. The choice here is to have a single Postgres instance that is shared by all the builds. In terms of resource consumption, it's the best we can have. We could also imagine to have each build running its own Postgres database, but it would consume more resources. In this case, we optimize a little bit the CPU and RAM usage, and we also have a single disk volume for Postgres. But if you like, nothing prevents you to deploy Postgres inside Kubernetes, or even adapt what Runboat deploys to deploy one Postgres per build, if you like. So that's one thing. And then Kubernetes is also managing what's called in Kubernetes language the ingresses. Those are the entry points. Basically, those are the reverse proxies, the Nginx, if you like, that expose the name of each build, the URL for each build, and is going to direct the HTTP request to the right running instance when the users comes in. And then we have Runboat itself. Runboat itself is a Python 3.10 application. In this deployment, Runboat is running on a separate machine than the builds themselves. It could run in the same cluster. You could launch Runboat itself in the cluster. Really doesn't matter. Here we choose to run it on a different machine because the cluster where the build themselves run is a pretty harsh environment because there is lots of spikes in CPU usage and so on. And so we want to have Runboat itself, which is a little bit protected of the aggressive environment where all the builds are running. And so the choice was to make it run on a different machine. And it's not even running inside Kubernetes. It's not necessary because all it does with the cluster is use the REST API of the cluster itself. So for those who know a little bit about Kubernetes, it uses the kubectl command, which is a command line as command to do some operations. And some other operations are done using the HTTPS REST API of Kubernetes. And what's also very nice about Kubernetes is that there is what is called a watch API. So you can connect to a cluster and listen to events on different kind of resources. And that's what allows us to make Runboat actually react to events in the cluster and provide a dynamic user interface. Because when, for instance, you run the trigger service to start a new build, what Runboat is going to do is that it's creating a new deployment in Kubernetes. So it's sending a bunch of configuration files to Kubernetes saying, I want to start a new instance. And then there is another thread in Runboat that is listening to events, that's detecting, there is a new deployment. And then Runboat maintains an in-memory database of all the deployments that are running in the cluster that gets updated from events that's coming from the cluster. So an event that says there is a new deployment, there is one, I added to my database. Then you can have an event saying that a deployment has started, is updating the status in its in-memory database. Stopped, and so on and so on. And so from these events, it can display the new status on the user interface, but it can also react on such events, saying, okay, I have reached my thresholds of maximum running build, so I need to stop the oldest running build. So it's all event-driven, and there is no database for Runboat itself. So that's one thing that makes it very robust, because since it doesn't have a database, if you stop Runboat and then restart it, it will just start listening to the cluster and receiving notification about what is deployed in the cluster. So in a sense, the only database we have is the database of the cluster itself. So there is no synchronization issue, for instance, between Runboat and the cluster, because the only database there is the cluster. And in case there would be a synchronization issue, it's never happened so far, just need to restart the Runboat and we'll resynchronize with the status of the Kubernetes cluster. And then this user interface is just basically a web page with small web components. And this user interface is also listening to events coming from Runboat. So when there is an event coming from the cluster, the event is a little bit transformed, but it is sent to clients with what's called, it's an HTTP standard, which is called server-sent events. So it's a mechanism for a browser to receive events from a server. So there too, it's completely event-driven. In the browser, there is no database. It's just an HTML pages with components. But when it's receiving an event saying, oh, there is a new job, it's looking at the page, if it's finding an element with that ID, and if not, it's creating a new card in the page. And then when there are new events saying a job is starting, a job is stopping, it's looking the HTML element with the same ID and updating the state, which drives the color with CSS and so on. So there again, it's fully event-driven and it's also pretty simple from an architecture point of view. So what else do we have? Well, it's integrated with GitHub, of course. So when you have a new commit or a pull request, there is a webhook configured in GitHub that is basically calling the Runboat instance /webhook/GitHub to say, oh, something is happening. So it's capturing the event and deciding what to do based on the webhook. But basically, the only thing it decides is that, well, it's a new commit, so I'm going to create a new build. And Runboat is also using the GitHub API to update statuses on pull requests and commit. So on the commits or the pull request, you get the link to Runboat in GitHub. And so that is also happening when Runboat receives an event, is pushing the information to GitHub with the GitHub API. And then, of course, to start a deployment, there is a job that is basically doing a git clone of the repository to start the installation of a build. Okay, so that's the general architecture. And I can give you a brief overview of the source code. So basically what we have in the source code is the database. That's the in-memory database which keeps the lists of existing jobs. It's a SQLite database fully in memory, so it's not persisted on disk, as I said. And it's used when the clients come, say, give me all the builds of that branch, it's doing a query on that database. But it's also used to determine, for instance, the oldest running job that we want to stop when we reach the limit, or the oldest job that have been created that we want to delete when we reach the 7500, for instance. Other things we have the API. So the API is written with fast API, so it's pretty simple and easy to read. So that's the REST API. And then we have the controller itself. So the controller itself, it has all these little threads running, so different watcher actually. So there is one that watches deployments to update from Kubernetes to update the database. One that starts initialization job. It's basically a queue of new deployments that have been created and that needs to be initialized. The cleaner thread is basically monitoring how many running builds there are, and if there are too many of them, it starts sending cleanup jobs to drop the database and then delete all the Kubernetes resources to free the volumes and so on. One thread that's going to stop the oldest running builds and so on and so on. And one very important part that I want to explain a little bit is that actually runboat, the runboat Python code doesn't really know that it's deploying Odoo. He knows that he's deploying stuff in the cluster, but the Python code that controls the number of running builds and so on doesn't know what it's deploying. And how does it work? That's because there is this kube files directory, which contains all the deployment descriptors, those YAML files that you use to configure Kubernetes resources. And to determine what's to deploy, it has a little Jinja file that says when you do a new deployment, you need to deploy these resources. So the deployment itself, the volume claim, which is to get the persistent storage, the ingress for Odoo itself, the ingress for the mail catcher. It's when you are in a context when you are initializing a job, a build, you need the volume and you need to run the initialization script, which is basically here. When you do cleanup, it's the same. You deploy this cleanup job, but as you see, everything that is happening inside the cluster is determined by this kube files directory. So this means that if you want to use runboat for your own needs, like you want to deploy with a specific image or specific configuration, or even additional pods inside your deployments, you can totally do that by cloning this kube files directory and starting runboat by saying, instead of your own one, use this directory of kube files. And the README of runboat has a detailed explanation of what contract, of what you must do. There are some constraints that you need to respect in your kube file. So runboat is actually understanding what's there. But it's basically having certain labels on your deployments and all resources and things like that. And it is an open pull request by Nils that's doing just that, to add this parameter to runboat to be able to deploy with kube files, customized kube files. It's almost finished. So yeah, it's pretty generic as an architecture. And what else is there? Important things. I think it's mostly it. Yeah, and so yeah, when you do a deployment, it's basically doing a rendering of those cube files. So I think we just have 5 minutes for questions. I've put the link with the source code, and there is a wiki there with a few tips to help starting up with a deployment. It's not trivial to deploy. You need to have a Kubernetes cluster. You need to understand this deployment diagram, so there's quite a bit of moving piece. But in the end, if you dig a little bit, it's not that complicated, so and it's quite generic, so it should be feasible to deploy now. By the way, it's GitHub only, so if you need to use it with GitLab, there is some refactoring to do, which is also feasible, but a little bit of refactoring to do in the code to support multiple Git providers. So for the moment, it's GitHub only. So, any questions? Yes? It's micro Kubernetes from Ubuntu. Yeah. Yes, the question is that there is no database in Runboat, and indeed, all the information that Runboats need is put as annotations and labels in the Kubernetes resources. Basically, there is one label which gives the build ID, that's the main one, and then there are a few annotations, but not many of them. For instance, there was one annotation that says that it's a build that has been deployed but not initialized yet. So there is a to-do annotation that's put on the deployment. And so when there is a new commit, it's creating the deployment with the associated resource, the ingress and so on. But on the deployment, there is a to-do annotation. And then the deployment watcher in Runboat sees there is a new deployment with the to-do annotation, and that one is put in the initialization queue. And then at some point is the initialization job that's at the end is removing this to-do annotation to say this build is ready and scaled to 0. And then when you start, it's just scaling to 1. So you have one instance running, and then again the deployment watcher sees that build as scaled to 1, and then it's put in started state. So everything is put in annotation or other information we get from the Kubernetes cluster itself. No, we don't run tests, because for that we have we just do the normal installations of Odoo modules. Running tests is done on GitHub Action, and so there is no need to do the test again on this. But you totally could, if you like to, in your own deployment, to have test enable in your initialization script. It will just work, because if that fails, the build will be red, and you can use it as CI if you want to. Yeah. But in OCA we don't do that, because we have the GitHub Actions, and we don't want to overload this machine with too much test. Yeah. Yeah.
So you mentioned the colors, but is there any significance to the rows or columns or?
Oh yes. Each row is either a branch or a pull request. So you see on the first row here, everything is from the 14.0 branch. And then below, you see pull requests. So we put the branches first. Or here, I'm showing only the what concerns the 14 branch. But if you display all branch of a repo, you get first the branches and then all the pull requests. And so each row is for either branch or a pull request. And the columns don't have significance. It's just each commit on the branch or the pull request, and they are pushing. So you have the most recent commits left and the oldest commit right. So yeah, the user interface is rudimentary. It's inspired by the Odoo runbot. But yeah, it does the job. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, because in Kubernetes is running containers, and containers is what you put on boats, right? And because it was run bot before, didn't spend too much time to find a name. Okay. Then, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day. Elle est dans le parc. Ta voiture, où est-ce que je trouve? Soit ici, soit en bas. Hi Tom, how are you?
Yeah, I didn't prepare very well.
Me neither.
I'll just show them some stuff.
A little bit of improvisation.
But, yeah, thank you. Yeah,
So you have the HDMI, and for the rest it should just work. Just be close to the mic for the recording.
Right.
So don't work there because then we won't hear you.
Okay, I will stand here.
Problem because there used to be a microphone here and it's gone.
Here.
No. It was.
I will stay here. I mean, if I stay here, there is microphones here, so. Mental support. Thank you so much.
Has anyone seen a microphone on a chair?
Can we open this?
I'm not sure.
We're looking for the microphone,
The stage microphone. But I mean, we can use this microphone, right?
yeah, but if people are questioning the volume, it's for that.
So welcome everyone. My talk is about dynamic reports. So normally in Odoo you would write a report in QWeb. This kind of report can be made by consultants also, so they can click together a report from different HTML blocks. So I'll tell you a little bit about how this module came to be and what it can do, and show you a little demo about it. And then you can give suggestions on how to make it even better. And review it on GitHub to get it merged into OCA. So yeah, originally our client is a company who is doing a lot of hiring people and firing people as well. It's just temporary contracts, so they put people for 1 year here and another year there, and they do 1,000 or maybe even 10,000 of contracts each year. So their requirement was to quickly be able to generate a contract with different components. So you can imagine they work in the whole European Union. So if you want to make a French contract and a German contract and Italian contract, those are very different contracts, and also have very different legal requirements. So some blocks you want to put in, other blocks you want to leave out. Yeah, and they also have different type of jobs. Maybe some person will be a builder, another person will be something else. So some other security things need to be in the contract. So yeah, what they used before, they have an Odoo module built by their own developers, in which they have one big QWeb report consisting of different blocks. They divided it into blocks, but for every block they have a huge if statement. Because, yeah, you can imagine, okay, if the company is this, then it's a French company, so we need to include this block. If the job is that, but the company is that, so it was very messy to maintain, and all the time the consultants of the company had to ask the programmers to change it. And they said, yeah, before we had Odoo, we had a wonderful software in which we could change it, but now we have Odoo and we cannot. So yeah, of course we took it as a challenge, and then we made a new module for them. So what was wrong with the QWeb solution? So they could not easily apply a layout. So maybe they want to add an image, or they want to put some text in bold. Well, they cannot, because it's just XML content. And also they are not good to edit the if conditions, because, yeah, it's difficult to format them. So they want to easily edit the conditions to show each block, and easily to apply formatting, easy to also add numbering of blocks. So if you remove one block, then you shouldn't need to edit all the numbers again. Say, oh, I removed this block, so all the other blocks need to change a little bit. So yeah, we built a solution using the HTML and Jinja template blocks. It's the same that you find in email templates in Odoo. And we use the Odoo domain editor in order to be able to set the conditions for each block. Then we also made an alias function. So we put some demo aliases, but you could put any alias, like a macro, in the report, and it would expand to a complex expression. which allow us to do things like the automatic numbering, like H1 is a macro. It will expand to 1.1 or 1.2, depending on where you are in the report. So this, for me, easy to talk about, but maybe for you hard to understand if you cannot see it. So I will show you how it works. Yeah, so basically, if we talk about contracts, the report will be on employee. So if I want to create a contract for this person, I go to dynamic reporting, I select the template that I want. Then I generate the report. Then it has added 3 blocks. This is for one block. This is another block. This is another block. So what does these blocks contain? It is the 3 sections. So every section has a domain condition. And of course you can, now that the report is generated, you can also edit it by yourself. You say, okay, for this person, maybe I want to change it a little bit. So, okay, maybe this person will not stay in the company forever, but until we get tired of it or something. But it has to be very small letters, so yeah, we make it 8. So this is something you can do, but it is only for Anita. But if you go to the template, it will still be the same for like it was before. So this is my simple template for the permanent contract. And this one had the 3 sections. Member of the company forever. Get a good pension. Okay, so yeah, if you really want to do this good, you need to, of course, add the conditions. So yeah, now both pension blocks will be shown, but if you want to edit the condition, you can say, for example, this should only be for people who have a certain job title, for example, or a position. Contains permanence or something. Okay, so this doesn't exist, but yeah, you can imagine how this can work. You can do all kinds of things. You can also say, okay, it should be dependent on gender or on other things. You can also make the report not on employee, but on the contract itself, on the contract model. So yeah. Then yeah, if it is really complicated and you cannot do it like this with a domain, you can also construct a Python condition. So you can say, for example, you can put here some Python, and you can say, for example, object dot name is something, and it will evaluate that. You can imagine. Then we added also the helper thing. So if people don't know how to put some expressions in the content, then we can generate it for them. So this, you can put it in the context. Or maybe the display name. Okay, let me check the... Oh yeah, because of this domain. And the other domain as well, right?
Are the domains in Python definitions additive?
Yeah, we currently made them, I think that both are ANDed together. But yeah, of course you can maybe put a button to OR them, but it's not there yet. Yeah, so then another functionality is that if you have generated a contract and you really like it and you want to use it as a template, you can click the button and it will create a new template from that. Then you can say, okay, maybe this is better than the before one, and then you can archive this one and use it as a standard from now on. Okay, yeah, the last thing I want to show is the aliases. So we made some aliases. Like, yeah, this expression is very difficult for the consultant to remember. So this is more easy. So if I put that in the report, well, let me use this one, for example. Edit the block. So this is the first block. And I put H1 in front. And I also do that for the other one. Very small. So it has done the numbering, puts the level 1 numbering. 1 and 2. And then if I change the order of the blocks, it will do the numbering in another way. So this one will be first and that one will be second. And you can do the same for any level. So you can put H2, which will be 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, depending on where you are in the report. Then you can also choose a wrapper report. So now I have chosen external layout, but you can have, for example, your company layout or any layout that is in the system. And then the report will look a little bit differently. This is beautiful. You can show this to your customer. He will be very happy. You can charge him hours to fix it. No, yeah, okay. But this is a little bit how it works. So to finish the talk, like we made this very generic. So we looked at the other OCA module agreement legal, who can also generate contracts, but we thought it was a little bit not so flexible because you only could generate contracts and only from the agreement contract model. And we were thinking, you want to generate it maybe from employee or maybe from contract, you want to be flexible. And also you want to be able to add custom blocks that are not sections. So we made a new module. And you can use this for anything. So we have a customer who wants to generate very complex quotations. So you could also use it for that. That's something we may be doing this year. And the imagination can run wild. I mean, you can generate reports. So of course what is missing from this module still, we like to use Markdown, but it's not possible, so maybe we can add that as a possibility. It would also be nice to be able to insert another report, like if you have maybe a timesheet report that you want to insert somewhere on a page, it should be possible. There's a one-to-many thing, so maybe you want to do some kind of looping. I think maybe with some magic with Jinja now it is possible, but it's not very user-friendly, so it's better to spend some time on that. Maybe make a hierarchy of blocks. And I think you can make a table now, but I didn't really test it, so I think there's probably something that needs work there. Okay, so that's it. So we have time, I think, for questions. Any questions about this module? Inspirations, motivations, support. Yeah, on the back there. Yeah, our priority now is to get it merged, but there's already someone who wants to port it to 14, already for months, so we hope to get it merged soon so that he can start.
Is there support for multiple paper formats?
Is there support for multiple paper formats?
Yes, I don't know multiple, but you can choose which layout you want to use as a basic, and to that you can connect the Odoo paper format. So yes, I think. Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Hello. Good morning. So we'll start the talk on how to manage your supply chain with Frepol. The agenda for the next half hour is we'll see what is Frepol, how it works, and show you some workflow and a demo in the platform. So Frepol, it's an advanced planning and scheduling system. Allows you to answer all those questions listed here. So we got some customers facing some supply chain issue during COVID about when do they all need to order a product, how many of them, especially with suppliers in China and or subcontractors, and so when should they start manufacturing an item, which quantity they should be launching, if some of our customers uses machinery and equipment, so or even subcontractors, so which job, which manufacturing order should be assigned to who based on skills, based on capacity. That's something we'll see how to handle in Frepol. You could answer those questions with Odoo. We have customers with those requirements where we say, well, we use DDMRP, where we can answer those questions here with them. But we found out that for some customers who are used to having a planning process outside of their ERP, they usually use Excel, they usually compile data and have a pretty long process with some mathematical algorithm involved. We had a better feedback from them deploying Frepol, so we'll see when also, so you'll see when to use Frepol and when not. Nice differentiator with DDMRP is Frepol provides the what-if scenario, so you can copy your database and see how a new order will impact your plan. So you can run some simulations, compare some results, and decide on which version of the plan to go with. So how does it work? So we have on the left side of this diagram, we have the sales order, purchase order, and manufacturing order sitting in Odoo. What Frepol will do is import all those data in his own database. So we'll read the Odoo data. That can be scheduled every day or every week. Based on that data, Frepol will generate a forecast that you can override, and we'll see how. You can even change the data from Odoo in Frepol if you want to bump things down or up. But so based on that, Frepol generates a forecast. Based on the forecast, we'll have and the BOMs definition and the lead time from suppliers. Frepol will suggest a purchasing plan and manufacturing orders. So we can, and we'll see, so you can review the suggested data, compare with whatever the customer was doing before, or compare with whatever DDMRP may be generating in Odoo. And you can individually select which records you modify the records and which records you want to push back to Odoo as a draft PO or draft manufacturing order. And then for the buyers or to confirm, or the production manager to review and plan the order there. So how does this works in real life? So I have my Odoo instance here with the demo data. I have my sales order listed here. I have some existing POs and MOs. And on the Frepol side, so So kind of the same menu here. And we got the way to execute and import the Odoo data. So what happens behind the scene here is it's calling Odoo to generate an XML file and downloading that file in Frapple and creates the re-import the data. I think, yeah. So if I go to my sales order here in Frapple, we can see it's not really sales order, it's more sales order line, but you can see the sales order number, the ID of the line, the product, the location, the warehouse, and the status of the sales order. So the date, everything gets stored in Frapple. So we get a copy of the data we can play with, and then from there, Frapple generates the forecast. So here we got our demand for the last couple of weeks. And based on that demands and open orders, Frapple will generate a forecast for the next couple months. We can override that forecast here based on, so forecast displayed here is on all items, all location, and all customers, but we can filter with the top seller here and filter the diagram and figures and extend override on the specific products. So that will keep the distributions and update the forecast per customer, or we can update it for one customer. So there's many different ways to override the forecast here and try to modify the demand signal. And so you can scroll down and check there. Based on that forecast, I'll spare you the details about constraint and resources so that can be handled in Frapple, but the idea is we got a purchase order being proposed here, purchase order line, with the items, so the product, the location, which supplier to order from, which dates, and the quantity. So if we look at one line here, you can have all the details and make some changes if you want to, and even push that PO line back to Odoo once you are fine with your plan here. So the nice thing is the planner can edit all the data here, run some simulation, do a copy of the database, and try some different scenarios so we can have access to the different database here and see how how a change impacts the plan and push back the data to Odoo for so in case of a purchase order for the purchase team, so the buyers can adjust and follow up on the order, or to we have the same features on the manufacturing order here, so there's no proposed items, but we can make some changes and export to Odoo those manufacturing orders. Any questions on the flow? That was pretty quick. Yep. Say again? It can, yeah. You can. So everything we can execute in that menu here, on that page, that can be scheduled every day or at any frequency you want. So you can import the data on a daily basis. You can rerun the forecast. So that's when we execute the plan, you can automate this part here. So generate the forecast, generate the update of the plan, based on the constraint or not, and so you can see every day how the reality of what was confirmed by the buyers or production manager impacts your plan, and if a salesperson at some point has a big order coming in, you can see if that fits into the plan or how using the scenario and answer whether or not they can deliver and when, and those kinds of disruptive demand can be taken into account here. So that's the main idea. The biggest challenge we got, so we implemented this for 2 customers. One is Strymon here. They sell electronic devices for guitar pedals. So big problems with their suppliers in China. They lead time changed a lot with the so they have like 6 months or a year of lead time. It's a lot more with COVID, so they got some problems. They had a process where they were compiling Excel spreadsheets. They had big meetings every 2 months to reevaluate the plan or make the plan for the next period. With Frapple, we reduced this 3 weeks time to a couple hours, so they can play with the data without messing up with Odoo, and automate the whole process to repeat the plan, or even use the scenarios to see how the plan is impacted by a new order or not. So that's one thing. And the other ones we are still implementing is Astra here. So it's they build. So their plan is to build one run rocket every month, and one rocket is about 60,000 products. With I don't remember the numbers of suppliers, but same thing, like a whole supply chain challenge that that we're working on with them, and so same thing, like Frapple helps them provide the planning tools to manage this supply chain and the lead time with their suppliers, to make sure that they have all the pieces together to not slow down the production of the rockets and the next launch. Any questions? Yep.
So if I were to re-import data back into Odoo, does it modify existing purchase orders,
Yep.
manufacturing orders, so it doesn't become a conflict like
Nope.
versions of purchase orders?
Nope.
Just overwrites.
It's so if it's in draft, it will update that draft. So if you add if there is a PO open for a supplier, it will, and there is a same product on that PO, it will update the quantity of that PO.
Yeah.
If it's already confirmed, then on the next day when you import, it'll show up in Frapple as waiting to be received, and so it will be accounted for the plan. So Frapple will assume that within the lead time, you will have those products in stock, and so you don't need to reorder them. And things we haven't shown here is if we go. So one good thing is from the Odoo interface, you can access the some Frapple pages. So you can see the forecast from the sales menu here, so that people don't have to log in and out or open another window. And one cool feature as well, for example, if we look at a suggested PO, is below here we have the demand that created that PO line. So why are we ordering that many product at that date? It's because here we have a demand, or we have a forecast, or we have a minimum stock rules that will explain why we need to have that PO line. So if the planners needs to justify to his accountant why are we ordering that much that soon, that's all the data there to support the decision. Any other questions? Yep.
What algorithm do you use to forecast and how accurate is it?
I don't know. That's the whole thing with FREPL. It's compared to DDMRP. Is DDMRP you can do the math yourself and with a pencil and paper. With FREPL, it's kind of a black box. There's a lot of things being involved here. I would redirect you to Isham and Johan, who handles the FREPL development, and they could explain you in details how we get to those numbers. But it's pretty complex at some point. Like any other APS software on the market, it's really a black box with some configuration there, but it's their secret sauce, and yeah. So there is an open source version of FREPL. The enterprise one includes what I showed you here, the forecast, the planning for POs and MOs. Yeah, the platform is in Python. It has its own Postgres database, and the project is on GitHub. So open to contribution as well. So, yep. Anything else? Yep.
Is there a user or role or permissions management within FREPL, and does that interact with Odoo's users or anything like that?
Yeah, there is it can work as a standalone. So yeah, there's a user list and authentication mechanism. There's no integration with Odoo, so I think you need to have this kind of behavior here. You need to be logged in both with your user, and so you can see the Odoo the FREPL information from the Odoo screen there.
Okay, so you need to log into FREPL and have your key.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So you mentioned that the forecasting is a black box for now, but you know if it's driven from so ours would be driven more from the purchase orders, not necessarily from the orders themselves.
No, the forecast is driven by your sales history. So that's why it imports all the sales order, and then it tries to guess the future from there. So I don't have much data there with the Odoo demo data set, but for a 2 or 3 years customer history, we can detect the cycles and the seasonality of the demand. And the better the data, the better the forecast as well. And that's where we spend most of our time during a project, is making sure the imports works. We don't have like data conversion issue, and the data is clean and the data is complete. Like make sure we have the lead time for each suppliers and each product. So the better the data, the better the forecast, the better the plan. So most of the time being spent on a project, and even after, it's cleaning up that data. And for Astra, they have 60,000 products. We faced some performance issue, but within a couple months, that's how long it took to get them there. And there's also lots of training and services involved behind it.
So how many months did you say? How many months did you say?
3 to 4 months. Yeah. Other questions? Yep.
Before we
so the customers we implemented, so those two are on Odoo 12. So I don't think there is the forecast tools on that version, and that's where the nice. So again, like it's not for every company or every organization. We only recommend it when they already have a team of planners. They already have experience with messing up with Excel or any other tools. If they don't, then we DDMRP or those. This is like a lot easier to implement, quicker as well. Like you install the module, to configure one product and some buffers, and that's it. You're done. It's color coded, red, orange, green. It's easy to understand, easy to. All the screens in Odoo are already sorted by priority, so the acceptance is. But for companies that already have a teams of planners and they're looking for those kinds of feature there, and the what if scenario and the scenario management is a game changer for them. Like they can mess around with all the data from Odoo without touching Odoo. All right, thank you very much. Yep.
j'ai un PC. Alors, ah, ça c'est bizarre ça. C'est très bizarre. Pareil. Écran, cloné, appliqué. Conserver les modifs. Du coup, ça marche. Je vais vous épargner mon mail. Hop. Alors, téléchargement. F5. Non. F5. OK. Comme ça marche.
Un, deux.
Hello, we will begin. Thank you to be here. So we will talk about Mosaic, but first, who are we? I'm Vincent Van Osta. I'm the initiator of the Mosaic project. I'm at the head of the IT department of Ecolo. Ecolo is the green Belgian political party, and Ecolo loves and promotes free and open source software. So we choose Odoo, but we will explain that later. And this is...
I'm Guillaume Van Dam. I'm a business analyst at Axon for the last 7 years. And since last year, I started working with Mosaic, and I'm the project manager of Mosaic for the different political parties that use the tool.
A bit more precisely, what is Mosaic? It's a suite of open source Odoo modules that can work together. Also, you can use them probably separately also to build the software to manage political parties and medium to big NGOs. The goal is to mobilize supporters, raise money, organize campaigns. And so we have different functions to manage the membership's fees, the supporters, the volunteers. We can also represent in the database a complex state structure, and like the Belgian is a complex state structure, and also a party structure. You can manage and register your representatives and their mandates in the various structures of the states or internal. You can also, Mosaic is also much about communication to the members, to the supporters, and so on. You can also manage and create events, petitions, surveys. There are a lot of automation that are possible with Mosaic. You can make the fundraising, and you can also use it with local chapters if you have a local section of your party. And all of this is available in community and enterprise version. Alors, why did we build Mosaic? Why did Ecolo build Mosaic? When we look at the market, in fact, the big proposals are Nation Builder and Action Network and so on. But these are online services with no on-premise option, no possibility to have self-hosted your data. And so these companies are potentially big targets for hacking because they are concentrating data about political preferences of millions of persons in more than 100 countries. Also, the data are in the USA, outside of the European GDPR. And at Ecolo, for ethical reasons and security reasons, we want to promote a digital society with a data decentralization model. Also, we want to control who access our data about our members and supporters. We needed good campaign tools and also the possibility to connect to external websites. There was an alternative, CVCRM. There is an alternative, CVCRM. It's self-hostable, but the campaigning tools was not not as good as we wanted. So we decided to build Mosaic. In 2013, after a call to offer the submission process, Ecolo has chosen Axon, and with Odoo V8, version 8, we build Mosaic as an AGPL open source project. It's still the case to replace our aging databases. In 214, Mosaic is on GitHub. In 218, another political party, le Mouvement Réformateur, center-right, adopts Mosaic and embark to the migration to Odoo 11. In 221, Les Engagés, another political party in Belgium, centrist, adopt also Mosaic, and there is a migration with them and us to Odoo 14 community version, and also new campaigning modules developed. And this year, 222, Groen, our friend of Groen, the Flemish Greens, also adopt Mosaic. Alors, we'll talk more about the major functionalities. Of course, it's interesting for you. Alors, first, you have to follow your supporters and members. There you can implement a membership workflow. All parties have different membership workflow. You can implement yours. You can manage the membership fees, the auto renewals or manual renewals. Also, you have automatic emails sent every week, for example, to the fraction leaders of your local sections, that don't use Mosaic if they don't use it, but so they can have a mail with the new members and new supporters, etc. Of course, there is the online payments of the fees, and also you can register the interests of the people, what the subject that they are interested in. After that, you can send them more appropriate content, and you log also the involvement of the persons in contact with your political party. What did they sign a petition? Did they give money? Did they make a donation? Did they go to an assembly, and so on? The involvement history. Some screenshot to show you how it looks. This is our website, external website, not built with Odoo. And there is a form to be member. You click to become member. You give some information about yourself, and you can pay online. And it's with the payment module of Odoo in an iframe. And after that, the data with the API, we will talk later about the API. After that, the data goes in the membership requests. So you can filter them, or you can choose also that they are auto-validated. You have choices in the API. This is, for example, me. I have registered, Valnos Da Vincent. And this is my membership request with all the data that I gave on the website form. And you can see in here, partner, there is a process to recognize if the person is already in the database. And if it's the case, when you click on changes, well, it's the seals. When you click on changes, you can see the difference between what the person F-type and what was already in the database. Alors, here we go to to see one person, a member or a contact or supporter. You can see membership history in the back. Also, the indexation, as I said, you can register the interest of the persons and the competencies they have. You can ask them comments about that, so you can use it later. And also, I was talking about the involvements. Here, for example, I sign a petition, 2 petitions. I make a donation, and I did go to various events of the Ecolo political party. Wait, 1 second. I talk quick because there is much to say, sorry. So the structure model, you can, with the structure module, you can represent a very complex situation, very complex state structure, or your internal structure, or even external structure with a hierarchical model. You can manage the various assemblies that you have in your country, also the electoral district for the elections, and also the legislature. You can do anything for any country. It's adaptable. So let's say here are the power, you define the power levels of the state structure of your country. In Belgium, you see that we have 13. It's a bit complex. It's a federal state. Here an example, the Région de Bruxelles-Capitale. It's a regional power level. And you can see that there is a parent instance, the État fédéral, federal state. And you have also assemblies linked to this power level, Conseil régional and so on. Okay, I will let a bit Guillaume talk.
Every political party needs to be able to track down the representatives of the party and all the functions and mandates that they have in that they occupy for the political party. So that's why in Mosaic there is a tool to track down all these mandates and all the functions that they have. So it starts with mandate categories that you can actually link to the whole structure that Vincent just explained. So you're going to have political mandate categories such as mayor, minister, that you will link to the political structure of the party, so of the country. You're going to have internal mandate categories, who is the vice president of a local section, that you're going to link to the internal structure. And the combination of a representative with a mandate category is going to give you the political, internal, and external mandates that you will have in your system. There is a tool to renew those mandates quite easily. When a person is again elected or chosen, you will be able to renew the mandates easily. And in Belgium, but probably in many countries, when you have certain functions, you need to hand in a revenue and an assets declaration to the state. So there is a tool to remind people that they have to hand in those papers because of their mandates. So it is in Mosaic as well. And last but not least, for the mandates, there is a system for elections. So we are not going to, in Mosaic, there is no tool to vote and to make elections, but you can report the results of an election into the tool and say these are the candidates for a certain mandate or certain function. Those are the people that are elected, those are not elected, how many votes they got. So the result can be inserted in the system in Mosaic, and people that are elected will get a mandate, of course, in the system. A few screenshots, so I hope it's big enough, yeah. So on the contact form, you have a tab with all the mandates and all the candidatures, so applicants or candidatures, yeah. Voila. Of all the people, so you're going to track them down in the membership form of everyone. This is an example of a representative, Katabizaka, which is a federal minister in Belgium, and you're going to find all the information about the dates, about in the indexation form, you're going to find the competencies and what kind of minister and which function she has. So you're going to find everything in the mandate form. And this is a screenshot just for the election. So we have two people here, two candidates, and you will be able to say whether they are elected or not. And this is going to automatically create a mandate. Let's move on to the communication tools. So for political parties, it's important, of course, to have a very easy tool to communicate with all the members, but more importantly, to have a very targeted communication. So to be able to send the right communication to the right people, and based on the interests and the involvements that Vincent has shown before, you will be able to target the right people with the right communication. So we are using the communication tools from Odoo, but we have added some distribution lists, which is slightly different than the mailing list because it is dynamic. So it's based on filters, and people are automatically added or removed from those dynamic lists based on the domains that you set on them. They are based on complex. They can be based on very easy expressions, but also more complex expressions such as time-related domains. People that are members in the last 7 days are part of a certain distribution list, and after 8 days, they will automatically be removed. So it's quite easy for a user in the system to create those complex, if I can say it like this, distribution lists in Mosaic. It is a combination of filters, as I said, and you're going to have filters to include and to exclude. And what's really interesting is that it is multimodal based. So you can have, in the filters to include, you can look at the mandates, but also look at the memberships, look at the interest. And on all those models, you can build a domain that will be used in your distribution list, which makes it really powerful as a tool. Last function, you have an email alias, so people that don't have access to Odoo can still use those distribution lists so that they don't have to do it outside Odoo. So there is an email alias that is linked to every distribution list, and when you send an email from outside Odoo, any tool that you use, if you have sufficient access rights, your email will be transferred by Odoo to all the recipients of the distribution list. So On the distribution list, as I said, you're going to have a mail forwarding with an email alias. You're going to have filters to include. You can put and, ors, etc. based on those. And you're going to have filters to exclude, so people in those filters will automatically be removed from the list result. And then you have a whole security to avoid that people can send emails to everyone. For example, a person in a local group can use a distribution list, but the information will, the email will only be sent to part of this distribution list based on its access rights. Event and service. So we use the standard models from Odoo, but we have added a few functionalities to be closer to what political parties need to be able to do. So, for example, we have added voting domains on the event, so people, when you scan their badge, you can immediately say if they can vote or not and give them the right paper at the entrance of the building, for example. There is an automatic recognition of members, so when people, like Vincent said before, for the memberships, it's the same system. When people fill in a form or a survey or an event, the registration will automatically be linked to their contact form. And why is it important? Because if persons, for example, fills in their birth date, it will automatically be linked to the contact form, and you will be able to add information about the contact based on the answers they give in a survey, for example. Same for the interest, for the involvement. If someone says they are interested in your form by solar energy, you will be able to add the interest automatically on the contact form and then use it in your communication tools. Synchronization with external websites. So there is an API that Vincent will talk about to use everything from events, surveys, not everything, but parts, the information you need from those models to use it in an external website, but you can also use the website from Odoo, or like Ecolo is doing, work with iframes and show part of the website of Odoo on your own website. Formatted exports, yeah, better, stronger exports from the results of an event or survey that are with a much cleaner design, let's say it like this, and security that has been added as well, so that local groups, for example, only access their own events, their own surveys. And this is, of course, based on the structure. If you're part of the national structure, you will see everything under, etc.
Okay. Like the event and surveys, you can have petitions. It's a bit the same principle for that the other models, but we want to show you what it makes. So this example, we have a petition. You can put an image, the text of the petition, of course, formatted in HTML. And also, what's interesting is that you can ask the people to sign, but you can also ask other questions. Do you want to be kept informed? Do you accept the privacy policy? You can also define automatic communication, automatic email or SMS when after and the trigger are various. After they sign the petition, they will receive a mail. When the petition is complete, there will be a summary email of the results of the petition. And when you synchronize the petition, you see online, when it's online, thanks to the API, it's automatically appears on your website. And so with the look of your website, and when the person signed the petition, it goes back in the membership request where it's auto-validated or not. It can be also filtered by a human. So now let's talk a bit about security. Mosaic, as you heard at the beginning of this presentation, was designed with a special concern to security for the sensitive data that are the political preferences or affiliation. And so Mosaic can be fully functional behind a VPN because we did it, and Odoo support proctification to expose some URLs on internet and keep other only accessible with a VPN. Also about security, we developed specific REST API to communicate strictly with the outside, strictly what is really needed. There is no access to a general purpose API. And we did go a bit further than what's its standard in Odoo. It's that we have two different API channels. For example, as we do in Echo, one is proxified, accessible for the internet from the internet for non-sensitive data communication. For example, the website need to know what are the petitions to display on the website, or the Mosaic need to accept a signature of one petition, or an event registration of someone. But you can have more. You can have the need to have more access to more critical data only in your LAN. For another application that need to communicate with Mosaic, with Odoo, you can use a different API channel, and this API channel is not proxified, and you cannot access it from the outside, from internet.
So who is concerned by Mosaic? Who can use the tool? So it has mainly been done for political parties, so from anywhere in the world. So we are using it for 4 political parties in Belgium, but it could be used by any political parties. They have similar needs in many countries, and it can be taken as it is and used directly for another political party in another country. It can also, so afterwards it can also be used by other organizations, maybe not the whole module or the whole Mosaic, but parts of Mosaic can be used by medium to big NGOs who have also the same problematic of members, of supporters, of interest, involvements, communication tools, their whole structure, maybe not political structure, but internal structure. So all those modules could be used by medium to big NGOs, events, surveys as well, petitions. State administrations could use the communication tools, the event tools, and the state and the internal structure models. And more generally, any kind of organization can use the CRM features. For example, there are many small things with it to avoid duplicates, for example, or to improve the management of duplicates. They could be used by any kind of organization. Communication features like distribution lists could be useful for any kind of organization. And how does the future of Mosaic, what is planned? Well, not all of those things are for the moment planned, but they could be useful. For the first one, participative democracy has been asked by one of the political parties. So they plan on adding suggestion boxes, electoral consultation votes to include and really ask people, voters, supporters to help them define the program, the electoral program. And we thought about adding all these things in Odoo and then make some, again, APIs so that they can define the screens in on their website. And so you would have the votes, the referendums, the suggestion boxes that would be directly in Mosaic. Portal access for members has already been done in V11, but a portal where people can access their own memberships, renew easily, maybe take care of the memberships of members of their family could be really useful. And then 2 last things, so improve retrocession rules. So when people pay a membership to a local group, a part of this money is going to the region and then to national. The rules are quite simple for the moment and could be improved even more to fit the needs from other organizations or other political parties. And then accounting modules. For the moment, there is, of course, an integration with the payment acquirers from Odoo. So there is a little bit of accounting. There is also the bank statements, but we would like to go a little bit further into the accounting modules. And this is still very, it's still the analysis that we are doing right now, but there could be some new features coming for the accounting for other political parties. I think that's it. I don't know if you want to conclude.
No, if you want to ask questions, don't hesitate. Thank you. So you have a question? Hop. I give you the mic. You can sit in front now.
Thank you for the presentation. So there are now several political parties involved. How do you manage the roadmap of such a project with now new people on board?
Sorry.
So it's an excellent question. So we started actually, you want to? Oh, no. So it's in the beginning, so we migrated from V8 to V14, and it has been done mainly for Ecolo, and we tried to discuss all those functionalities with the other political parties. So that was during the migration. Now when there are new needs and when one of the political parties that we are working with wants to add something, it's like a whole discussion and trying to send emails warning everyone that this is going to come. Are you interested as well? And then if they are interested, try to discuss the functionalities and find, oh yeah, it was there, and find a common ground. It didn't happen a lot because we just finished the migration this year, but it will certainly come. And for example, the referendums and the participative democracy, or from security, we have added a lot of things recently. Well, it was an email we tried to send to the others just to warn them and ask if they're interested to be included in the discussion. So that's how we are trying to do for the moment, but it's still the beginning.
Thank you. Two questions. The first one, is it in the OCA? And second question, do you think it would be useful for the Odoo for the OCA itself, because we have the members, we have the membership module. I think we struggle with that. So, do you think it could be applied for us?
Yeah, I can give a first answer. It's not in the OCA for the moment. It's open source and everyone can use it, but it's not yet in the OCA because it's it's quite specific for political parties. Afterwards, as I said, like the whole Mosaic tool is very specific for political parties, and for the moment it has not been added in the OCA because of that. Is it useful for OCA? I think Stefan knows the project really well.
Maybe also OCA is maybe too small. Maybe you need to be a bigger NGO to benefit of the local chapters and so on. That's included in Mosaic.
Yeah, I think OCA, the important thing in the membership and communication features and even servers are also a little bit specific to political parties or to larger organizations than OCA, as you say, because like capturing specific interests and things like that are maybe not directly useful for OCA. This has some overhead, of course, over standard Odoo in terms of management and data quality work that political parties needs to do precise communication, but at the OCA, I don't think it's worth to embark this overhead in our own management system.
One more question, or many more if you want.
Are there any overlaps with the vertical association module in OCA? Are you? I mean, I guess you probably use some OCA modules anyway, or? Or is it completely separate?
It's if I'm not wrong, but Quentin is checking the code right now. I think the whole structure has been done separately. We are using a lot of OCA modules everywhere in Mosaic, of course, but for the structure module, I really don't think that we are using that one. Maybe Stefan, you have a better knowledge about that?
No.
No, but no, we are not using it. We are using a separate module for this that we migrated from V8.
One last question. Okay, thank you very much. And
thank you for your attention.
And then the last talk of this morning is with Graham about Open Upgrade.
So many of you, oh, I need to stand here, don't I? Good morning, everybody. Well, it's good afternoon now, so I'm here today to talk about the Open Upgrade project at a fairly high level as well. So when we're talking about the OCA Days and talking about having a talk on Open Upgrade, it ended up landing on me. And I am not one of the core maintainers of Open Upgrade. So I'm involved on the board, I'm the vice president of the board, and my involvement within Open Upgrade is very much one of helping to manage the project, doing reviews, not doing too much of the heavy lifting there. So what I want to cover off today is just to really try and demystify things. So just talk about, oh sorry, I've got a New Zealand accent, so if you can't understand or need me to slow down, just ask me to. To talk about what is Open Upgrade, why people find it so difficult, why as a developer in particular, as a functional person, you should contribute to the project, talk through some of the objections that we receive about what's stopping people from contributing, and then we'll have some time for questions at the end. Some good questions might be around what's going on in the project at the moment. So Open Upgrade, it's the largest, most supported open source upgrade path for Odoo, right? It's made up of 4 components, and it's really important to get your head around these components if you're not familiar with the project. Just before I go into this, just to show of hands, how many people have used Open Upgrade to upgrade a customer's database? All right, so a few of you. How many of you ever contributed a migration script to the Open Upgrade project? Much fewer, right? How many of you used Open Upgrade to do, well, the Open Upgrade library to do migrations for your custom code? Yeah, so a few more. Okay. So at the top there, we've got the Open Upgrade library, right? So that's a bunch of functions that make a lot of the upgrade process easier, renaming fields, renaming XML IDs, moving columns, just a lot of the common things that you need to do when you're migrating one data model to a new data model. The second part is the upgrade analysis. So that there is a tool that we run that gives us the differences between old version of Odoo, new version of Odoo. Then we have the Open Upgrade framework, and that is now, thanks to some fantastic work by the Open Upgrade team, it's it's effectively some patches that run on top of Odoo in order to enable the upgrade to work, right? Disables, what does it disable, Stefan? Things like view checking and just overrides that we need to make it work. And then finally, within the Open Upgrade repository, we've got the Open Upgrade scripts module. So this holds all of the scripts for migrating the standard Odoo community modules. And that is pretty much the part that people know, right? The scripts that are there, and a big chunk of what I want to talk about today. So why is Open Upgrade important? It gives you some agency and it gives you some control, right? You're not sending your database off into Odoo under an enterprise edition. If you're only running community, then of course it's one of your few choices anyway. It gives you freedom around if you need to tweak certain parts of the upgrade process, if you need to do it on different timings, if you can't send data, all sorts of privacy issues there. It's also good for Odoo to have a little bit of competition in this space, if I'm being honest. Keeps them honest, and also co-opetition. And certainly over the years within the Open Upgrade team, we've talked to Odoo's own upgrade teams around things to do there. So in terms of the ecosystem, Open Upgrade's a really, really important project. Why is it so hard? Because migration's hard, right? It's not that Open Upgrade as a tool itself is particularly difficult, it's that the process of migration is difficult, and we'll get into some of those reasons on the next slide. In terms of becoming involved in the project, this is for me the order of difficulty in becoming involved, right? And where you should ask yourself, where am I on this list, right? So running Open Upgrade, if you're really lucky, you just press a button and it runs and it's all done, right? Has that ever happened to anybody here? Right. There's always some errors in customer data and things that we need to fix. The next thing is writing the migration scripts, because there's lots to reference against. I must admit, some of my recent migration scripts, I've had GitHub Copilot installed and they've almost been self-writing. That has been quite an interesting experience, self-writing incorrectly. Then reviewing migration scripts. So reviewing migration scripts is quite a bit, to me, more difficult than actually writing the migration scripts, because you need to have really strong knowledge around Postgres, around potential performance issues, around whether, as we're talking this morning, whether fields have changed semantics between versions. So reviewing kind of comes after writing. And then at the end of it, the core framework and the modules like Open Upgrade Lib, contributing to the framework, those kinds of things I put at a different level. Really, the first step you want to get to is to be able to run it and then be able to write migration scripts, both for the core community modules and for your own code. We're only going to do one slide on how to do it with Open Upgrade, and it's actually a really simple process, and it's not that different to the enterprise process really, right? First of all, we back up the data, we ensure we've got some dependencies installed and we've got the right things in the path. We run one command down the bottom there, and if it's just for your own code, you've got back an enterprise upgrade or you've got back something like that, then you might not update all, you might just update specific modules. You run it, you see what you get, fix any data errors that happened along the way, check for any other errors within your data, and then repeat the cycle until it works. And everybody should, well, a lot of hands went up, so this looks like the migration process to everybody, in a nutshell, roughly. Yeah, a lot more tears than that often. Now, in terms of writing migration scripts and why you should contribute to Open Upgrade, and in terms of contributing migration scripts, there's, I'm an Infosys guy, by the way, I'm not a developer, so within information systems, we have this concept called absorptive capacity. Has anybody heard of this concept? So absorptive capacity is it's a theory of organizational learning by Cohen and Leventhal, I think. But basically what it is it's about the more an organization learns, the more capacity it has to learn, right? And so, in other words, if you've got competitors outside of the OCA that aren't familiar with the OCA, and you're familiar with all the OCA modules, right, you have a competitive advantage because they've still got to learn that before they can learn the next step to learn the next step, right? So absorptive capacity is how much more knowledge can I absorb based on the knowledge that I've already acquired. And certainly by contributing migration scripts, you learn a lot about Odoo and you learn a lot about what happens. So in terms of personal growth, a deeper understanding of when we go from version to version, obviously there's some things that change. And so by writing migration scripts for these things is that you, as a developer, you have to expose yourself to new things. So you have to start more deeply understanding the functional side of things. So why have they changed this field? What does this mean? What might this mean for my custom code, right? And that sort of leads into the next point, that it enables you to migrate your custom and dependent modules much faster because you already understand the changes within the earlier modules. The other thing that it does as well is that when you write these migration scripts, you soon learn how to defensively, I suppose is the right word, write your own custom code, right? You know that if you change something in a particular way, as opposed to doing it in another way, is that it's going to be harder for you to migrate. And so you make design decisions around that. And I think we've actually seen a little bit of that with Odoo themselves now that they have to write their migration scripts with their code, right? It's that the ability to write migration scripts has got easier because the developers are deliberately migrating their code to the next version in such a way that it is easier to write migration code for. The other reason is once you've been able to do this and do this for a while, these are very valued skills in the market. And finally, once you've got this understanding, I suppose, of the processes that you go through when you have to migrate a module, so you become a lot more fearless in writing your own code because you know that as you're writing it, you're going, okay, either I'm going to cause myself a real problem here, so I need to go back and try this again, right? Or I can make these changes because I know how to migrate them. And you can do some quite big things that don't require a lot of effort to migrate. And then once you've mastered that writing of migration scripts, then you kind of move into the next section, all right? But I'll just jump back a slide because on that personal growth side, I think it's really, really important to talk about is that as developers, it's all very well to add fields and models and all of that, right? But once you get into writing migration scripts, you really start to be a more complete developer in terms of understanding the functional side of things, understanding the impacts of things, and just knowing how Odoo fits together, a much deeper knowledge, and being able to really understand the impact of changes on your code base in terms of what it means for the efforts of others and in terms of what it means for your customers. So what's stopping you? Lots of things, right? I don't have time to do it. So honestly, I don't find that too much of an excuse. I think that in terms of learning the API and doing it for some custom code, some simple things, renaming some fields, doing some columns, you can learn all that in a day or two if you want to. Knowledge. The project is documented. We're making more efforts to document it better. But equally, there's some very, very skilled people within the community. You might have to pay for their time, or your boss might need to pay for their time in order to bring that up. But certainly, if knowledge is a gap, there are places that you can go to find that knowledge and do that. My boss. So while I'm talking to you guys today, who I assume are primarily functional developers, individual contributors, is that you need to be able to demonstrate value and contributing to the project to your boss. Now, if you struggle with that, I'm happy to talk to them. It'll be a slightly different conversation. But it should be, it's a fairly easy thing, right? Because you become a much more complete developer, you're able to migrate your code faster, you're able to write better code as a result, and you get a much deeper understanding of Odoo to take to market. So other than that, is there anything else stopping people? Nothing then. So that's the end of the presentation, really. I mean, if people have got specific questions that they want to ask, there's some useful resources up there. So the first one up there is the Open Upgrade project itself. The second one is the library and the API, and we were having a little talk about the API yesterday. But that is completely documented up there in terms of all the functions that they have going back many versions. And then there's the documentation itself. And otherwise, any questions to the mailing list? Does anyone have any questions? Apart from Virginie. No.
So my question is, you explained that for functional people it's good to contribute. Really, I don't know how to. So do you have any idea?
So, I mean, certainly writing migration scripts is a technical process, and it's a process for developers. But on the functional side, and we were just talking about this yesterday as well, and one of the things that we are going to start doing with the Open Upgrade scripts is even just putting in doc strings within our migration functions so that you can understand the transformation that we're trying to make. But when you run Open Upgrade, I think it's critical for functional people to be involved, particularly if your developers aren't overly functionally strong, because you need to, at least in the running of it, validate that the data is correct, right? And a developer, a pure developer, none of the people in this room, of course, is that it's just going to see numbers and boxes at the end of the day, right? And so functional people, in terms of a migration process, are critical, right? Then if you take it a step back towards the writing of the migration scripts, and let's say there's a change in accounting, they get rid of analytic tags, right? That could happen. You need to be able to, as a functional person, understand, well, what is the impact of that? And then will that data migrate correctly? So it is a little bit harder for functional people because you need to have a little bit of code knowledge. But equally, I came from a functional background, and I almost think that the code knowledge is easier to gain than it is to gain the functional knowledge. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Any more questions? Who wants to contribute to Open Upgrade? Who's going to contribute to Open Upgrade? So I'll just give you guys a little bit of background on where the project's at, seeing we've got a little bit of time. It's that right now we've got a real small group of core maintainers that are doing a hell of a lot of work, right? And of course they're getting benefit out of that. But we really want to start to be able to share some of that workload more and elevate them to making the tools even easier to use, some automations that we could do, work on the framework in order to really make this a strong, easy to use project where we can release really early after a new Odoo release. And that's getting easier as well. I think if we went back, even as short as version 13, right? And version 13 was a horrible version for migration, for us, for Odoo, right? Everyone knows what happened. Invoices went away. And it took Odoo a long time, right? 9-10 months to get really working migrations for enterprise customers. And it took us a long time as well. It took us nearly a year and a bit to get out the scripts. But since that experience, and since what I was talking about with Odoo before, is that 90%, maybe more, of the modules that need to be migrated 2 or 3 hours worth of work at most. A lot of them are just nothing to do, right? Nothing's changed, all right, just put that one there through, right? And then we have a few modules where they've done some more complex changes that require a bit more effort. And of course, if you're looking to contribute, don't start on the ones that require more effort and are a bit more complex, right? You start with the ones that are fairly easy, renaming a few fields, maybe changing some XML details, those kinds of things. But migration, in terms of writing the scripts, is, honestly, it's probably 20% of the effort that it used to be. It's so much easier now. Daniel.
So just out of curiosity then, where within the Odoo module system is most of the effort? Is it in accounting? Is it in the marketing?
Largely that's at the whim of Fabian and his product management teams between versions. So when they make big changes, then naturally there's things. So within version 13, the big effort was around accounting. When they got rid of invoices and then all of a sudden you had to match things up, there were a bunch of other things that... Did the bank statements change in version 13 or version 14, Stefan? Do you remember? When they converted the bank statement lines to account move lines, was that version 13 or version 14? Either way, so it depends what they've done. So in this version here, if I'm looking at the changes, and I haven't had a big look at the changes, I'd say there's going to be a bit of effort around accounting because analytic tags have gone. Translations have changed, although by the looks of things, that's not going to be too difficult. When we run those open upgrade analysis, you get a whole script worth of files. You get a bunch of analysis files that tell you what's changed in the model. So views that have been deleted, modules that have been merged, columns that have been renamed, models that have been renamed, those kinds of things. So you get an idea by the length of those files, but it just depends on what they release, where the effort is and where they put the effort in. So version 9 or 8 was all the effort was around stock. Version 13, all the effort was around accounting. I think 10 or 11, it might have been around manufacturing. It just depends where they've put the effort in and where they've made the big refactors and big changes.
So the final question is then, could there be a little workshop to help novices like myself who are kind of opening the bonnet on this?
Excellent question. How much would you pay for a workshop? Like, honestly, if I went to the core maintainers and said, I've got, I don't know, 12 people, right? 12 people, how long do you want? 4 hours? 6 hours?
I was thinking, could we have one today?
No, we're not going to get one done today. It's a very complex project. But no, I mean, in terms of tutorial and training and really doing a workshop like that, would anybody be interested in that? Show of hands? All right. So let's say I said that would cost you, let's just make up a number, 250 euros. Would you pay it? For a day? The problem is, a big problem with this project is that the guys who currently have the knowledge are busy guys and they're expensive guys, right? And you've got two choices when it comes to anything, right? And as integrators, we all know this, right? You can spend time or you can spend money, right? But you've got to spend one or the other. So if you want to gain that knowledge then, and you want us to go to that effort of finding someone to do such a workshop, then we'll happily do it, but it would have to be a charged thing because we can't ask these guys time for free. But is that something the community's interested in? It's something we've never tried. I just made it up while I was standing here. But.
Well, my argument is if you want to get people to contribute, quite often it's just to remove the obstacles. And from my personal perspective, it's just getting in front of the computer. Right, so I go to, where do I go? I press this button. It's stupid things like that. But for me, I learn by doing. That's the point.
So to that point and to some of the updates that we're doing around our documentation, and it's a little bit early days, although I have seen the first pull request, and I think there's going to be an RFQ going out shortly for us to improve the documentation. But that's not a face-to-face workshop kind of thing. That's a step-by-step tutorial that we're looking at building through some of the more simple cases. So, my model has here's my analysis file. Now what do I do with it? step it through. Okay, so this column's been renamed, so you need to do this in your pre-migration script, and this needs to happen in the post-migration, those kinds of things. So that's coming, but in terms of a more detailed workshop around, as I said, you know, the project's not hard, migration's what's hard, right? And that there requires time and money. Question? Oh, Daniel's got a question.
Sorry. So version 16 is just around the corner, being officially released. It will need open upgrade scripts. So what's the roadmap and how people here who want to contribute what's the next step they can do? What should be the next thing to help in that effort?
All right. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to ask someone to put their hand up shortly if I'm telling lies. We've already done the analysis. We've already done the framework. You can start contributing today, if you wish. And I believe there's been an open upgrade table downstairs. What work has that been doing?
Well, the open upgrade table is occupied with people who are not working on open upgrade.
So's this room.
But we can kick them out if there are any people who are interested. And I can tell you everything about open upgrade. And otherwise, if you want to try your hands on a migration script, just go to the migration ticket for version 16. We already have it. Just put your name down for it.
Yep. And just to that, and while you're here today, and to your question and to Daniel's question, is that there are some key people here. In fact, just about all of the key people from the Open Upgrade project are here. If you want to talk to them, they're really open to be spoken to. So we've got, is Sylvain in here? Okay, so you might be somewhere, but I can't see him. So we've got Sylvain, Stefan, Pedro, Miguel. Oh, you guys are over there. And so just find these guys and talk to them and just talk about your concerns or your opportunities and things that you might want to do.
I have a question, because I feel like that's sort of at the core of Odoo versus OCA modules. Because as we sit here, we all use OCA modules, and there's a new Odoo version every year. And as Pedro pointed out, it's a good idea to keep updating to newer versions. So aren't we all responsible to work on making those modules upgradable to new versions?
I mean, certainly. I mean, if you're the kind of person that wants to sit around and wait for somebody else to do the work, you're probably in the wrong community, right? But it's one of these things, right? It's cart and horse, because there's no point migrating your own custom code or even OCA modules to the next version for a customer that's on the previous version if you can't migrate them, right?
So does that mean I wait for OCA modules to have their migration scripts before I work on my custom migration scripts?
So
and I'm always one or two versions behind?
So you need to be able to migrate in the first place, right? So certainly if you're doing a brand new implementation and you're going to start on, well, it's a pretty big release, this one. I was going to say start on tomorrow, but probably by about January. Then, of course, you can just migrate modules and not have to worry about data migration. But if you've got customers on older versions, then you need to be able to, first of all, ensure that you can migrate the core of the product. Now, for some people, that might be on enterprise, so they just get back the enterprise migrated stuff and just do the migration scripts for their custom code, OCA modules, those kinds of things. But for the most part, is that there is no other way to do it, right? Is that we need the community modules ready to go really as soon as we can. All right, we'll take two more questions. I don't want you guys to miss out on the good sandwiches, eh?
I was wondering if you can test the migration with only one module, because so far I've done only with full database, and I'm not sure you can do maybe just one module, test how it works, because it's most of the time, from my point of view at least, the modules are somehow interdependent. And if you don't have let's say you said accounting has been a nightmare on 13, but if you don't have this one, some other you cannot test also.
So yeah, so that's a really interesting question that I can't answer very well. So certainly if we go back to here, you can of course just test one module by just updating just that module, but it's going to have its own dependencies and things that need to run. So unless its dependency chain has also been migrated, then no, you can't really test it. But you could in any way, right? In that if the migrations, you know, I'll try and take an example off the top of my head, right? There's no point trying to test your migration for sales stock if you haven't done sale, right? But you can just do, rather than doing all, you can just do particular modules. And when you're writing modules, if you get to your dependency chain is done, and I'm just looking around to make sure that people are nodding because I'm not the person for this, is that you get to the point and then you're testing your module that you've migrated, is that rather than start from the start again, you can just iterate over and over that same module instead of using all, just using the module that you're trying to migrate.
But then also, because you were talking about functional tests afterwards, but then from my point of view, if you migrate only one module, your database will not start on the new version. So how do you test afterwards? It's
the expert.
Would you allow me,
yeah,
Graham?
no, I trust you entirely, Pedro. You take it.
Well, I think it's easier than all of this because due to the modular system we have, we can easily split the task to do on each module. So for concentrating in one module, you have to see the static analysis made on that module about the data model changes. And with that, you are able to perform theoretically the task to migrate that data model changes only. The rest is not important in that moment. So you can even migrate the module with more dependencies in Odoo core to develop the migration scripts, concentrating on that. But then you hold it until all the dependency change is already done this job. And when you have it, now there is more or less the integration test. You test the whole chain, and maybe there is some adjustments, but the hardware is already done due to this static analysis. So it's not as hard as you can imagine if you are not into this. So I think it's very good to have this modular system, and the pre-work that is done through the analysis files that is generated with the things that can show the things to done. Because if you have a new field or a field has been removed, this is the reflection of any functional change that provokes this adding or this remove. Okay. Now, better? Okay.
And since you ask about functional testing, it is totally possible to migrate progressively from the bottom of the dependency chain to the top and progressively deliver to testing what you have migrated. So you don't need to wait until the end of migrating all your modules to give it to functional testing. We have done migrations with, I don't know, 600 or 700 modules on the database, where we could deliver daily new migrated modules to the customer or to internal testing. So it's totally possible. Yeah. You need to disable like constraints or required fields or stuff like that to unblock the database, but then you can move step by step.
Yeah, one last thing to that as well is that quite often what I find myself doing on larger migrations with a lot of custom code is that you migrate none of the custom code, right? You just migrate the database, and then you can start to make intelligent decisions as a developer and as a functional person about what you might want to do for that based on the changes that you've seen. So it is quite an iterative and incremental process. You're not just going to sit down one day, write your migration scripts for everything, press the button, and you're done. Last question.
So when I did some migrations, the part where I spent the most time was setting up all the environments, especially if I migrate across several versions, and iterating over the errors, relaunching, restoring a database to retest. Is there any? Did you have any feedback, any demands about setting up the whole thing to simplify the running process?
So, I mean, deployment methodologies is how long is a piece of string, right? There's people that use standard bare metal, there's people that use VPSs, there's people that use Docker, Docker Compose, Swarm, all those kinds of things. The one thing that I would say is universal in all of that, because generally you have a lot of failures, is one of my favorite tricks to do is to install my database as a template into Postgres, and then constantly create database from template. So I'm not having to restore that database the entire time. If you want to have a talk about, well, a conversation about a more complex process, Danny up the back there has done an 8 to 13 using iterated scripts over Kubernetes with databases piping to each part of the process. But personally, for me, I'm a simple guy, right? I just, here we go, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. I don't want to hold you back from lunch any longer. Hopefully... All right, tell them it'll be 10 more minutes and then we'll just sneak down and get all the good sandwiches, eh? All right, thank you, everybody. Oh, don't know how that went. Oh, Danny Adair. He's one of my staff, actually. Big German guy. Be wearing a super dry t-shirt. I'll introduce you if you want.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind introducing us.
Yeah.
At some point today.
No,
Doesn't have to be right now.
Oh, he'll be fine. He'll be outside having a smoke right now.
C'est l'immigration. En l'immigration, je suis au foot toutes les vues. Enfin, un gros délai, ce qui apprend lance le blog dessus. Comme ça, moi, ça démerde dans les vues. En foot, sur le blog, ouais. Enfin, peut-être faire un petit repo à cette channel dans l'OCA.
Hello. I'm sorry, I lost track of time. I'm late, so I'll probably make this a bit shorter. And make this a bit shorter. I'm not the only one looking at the room who lost track of time. Conversations over lunch, so okay. I may have to do this a bit shorter for the next presenter. I was looking at the agenda, I'm not sure who is. Is any of you next presenter? You? No? Okay. Good. Okay, so I'll be started. I think I'll have 10 minutes. Okay. So today's session is about the management system, which is an app we have in the OCA. I don't think there's an equivalent in Odoo, even in enterprise. And I'm going to talk a bit more about what this app does, what are the features included. So before I get started, a bit about me. So I work at Open Source Integrators. I'm the managing director for Europe. I work based in Lisbon, Portugal. I'm also an OCA board member. I'm also author of a few Odoo development books. And I may know some things of Taekwondo, so yeah. Our agenda for today is we'll go through a brief introduction, and then I'll just do a walkthrough over the main features available through the management system modules. So what's the management system project? It provides support for ISO-style management systems. So it helps you with the compliance of those systems. Examples are ISO 9001, the quality management, environment management, ISO 14001, hygiene and safety, information security, and so you could add other certifications that follow the kind of same requirements for managing this kind of systems. While I was preparing, I noticed how old this project is. This goes back to Launchpad. I tracked it. These modules have been consistently being ported since version 6.1. So this is more than 10 years old. And it's been by different people in different moments being consistently migrated to newer versions. So this was amazing. Here is just a brief overview of the settings. So you can see at the top that you have the management systems modules already providing some basic support for different management systems like quality and hygiene and safety. So it adds some basic features there. And then what you can manage, the scope is also split in modules. So you have actions, non-conformities, audits, all those features you can enable here. Of course, you can go there and manually install each of these modules, but now with the settings, so this is just an easy way for install additional features, additional modules into the management system app. So key thing is it supports an integrated management system. So one thing is you are certified for quality management system, but then you also want to have a certification on environment, and suddenly you don't have one system, you have two, and you want to run an integrated management system. So then you need to keep track of the requirements, individual requirements for each system, and the individual actions that relate to each system. So it's just here you can do the integrated management of all those systems on the same app. The basic elements here is at the configuration you can declare the systems you use. So some of those models just create some data elements there, but you can go there and create. That's quality, environment, hazards. And then you have a documentation area. It's a menu where you can create the manual, which is kind of the overarching document explaining how you comply with the requirements, high level. And then you have the procedures, which add all the details for each process in your organization, how you meet the requirements specifically on that area. So this is the backbone of documenting how you meet the requirements. And then you have the day-to-day activities that are required for you to show that you are conforming to the requirements. So one of is system reviews. So these are management reviews where there's a meeting, a committee comes together, and they use some inputs like surveys, the results from audits, what has happened, complaints, all that kind of feedback. And it's the part of the introducing improvements back to the system, so it's part of the feedback system. So these are the system reviews, and you have an area, a menu, where you can create the system review and enter all the data. Who were the participants? What were the inputs considered for that review? What are the outputs? And you have their actions, possible nonconformities identified, other notes, and the conclusions. So this is a way for you to document and keep a record of these activities. Then you have audits, external or internal audits, so it allows you to keep a record of the audits performed on the organization. So there you have spaces to record who were the auditor team, who were the audited people. You can add a verification checklist, so what questions should be asked, what things should be verified, what are the strong points identified, things to improve that were identified, and then also produce a list of actions to be implemented based on the audit findings. Of course, so these are some direct actions, and you have the non-conformities that may be found and then need to be managed. So that's the next step. Out of an audit, you get the non-conformities, and need to manage those, make sure that all of those are addressed, and each of those non-conformities have an action plan that needs to be implemented, and implemented in an effective way so that it resolves the non-conformity. So there's a menu with option, with a screen where you can record this information. Non-conformities and feedback, so that's one important process. So you can record the non-conformities that are found, and you kind of have a draft stage where you can record feedback that may or may not become a non-conformity. So you can use these records to record feedback into the system, like a customer complaint. It might not become a conformity, it might become a conformity, but you can create a record here and decide what to do and use the non-conformity process, even though it's not technically a real non-conformity on the system. But still, you may want to record that you implemented some action, either to solve that particular case for the customer, which is the immediate action, or to avoid this complaint to happen in the future, which would be the action plan or a preventive action. So the non-conformities process allows you to, as I said, decide an immediate action, which is to solve this issue at hand. It does not affect the system itself. Identify the related procedure. So what was the procedure that was not in non-conformity? Where was the problem? And possibly related audits, because audits produce non-conformity, so you can keep that link. Okay, this non-conformity is here because it was found on that audit. And then part of the process, it has several steps process. You can see the pipeline over there. And the next step is to identify the causes, make an analysis, and decide an action plan, and assign those actions to people for implementation. And later on in the stage, it's to verify that the actions were implemented, that the results of those actions were effective, and that the non-conformity can be closed. So we have here a process, and we can know which ones are open and what's the status of each of them. So finally, you heard about actions. Most of these elements create actions, and that's kind of what I like a lot about this model. All those actions go to the same place. They're kind of the same record. So you have a single place of record where everything that needs to be done by someone is there. And you have a task-like Kanban view, just like you have on Project Task, for example, or CRM. So you can see the status of each task, who is assigned the task, and what's going on. And these flow from non-conformities, from reviews, you can even create just out of the blue an action and assign them a track on this single dashboard. You can also identify, of course, the type, so if they're immediate, corrective, preventive, improvements, so you can have a good classification of your actions. The management system app works together with a separate app, which is the knowledge app. So at some point, Odoo had a documents app. They removed it. I know that they're announcing on version 16 to bring back a brand new knowledge app. But this has been since version 6.1, we're keeping this document app. And it's a place where you can record the documentation related to the system. And it has some basic features of history tracking, because there's some requirements on managing documents in ISO norms. So you have a history, a tracking of versions. You have an approval system for document versions. It's based on rich HTML fields in Odoo, so it's not a rich management system, but it can get the job done in a simple way. So you might want to use something external, a real document management system. If you don't want to go to that trouble, maybe this is a decent enough solution for your documentation needs. One more thing that was added recently is a hazards and risk evaluation feature. There, for industrial environments or food and safety or other environments, you can keep track of jobs or work positions and do a risk analysis, risk evaluation, keep a record of the control measures you've taken, what tests need to be done to ensure that it's within safety limits. So there's a quite complete hazards and risk evaluation feature here that was added to support the OHSA. Yeah, it's back there. So the health and safety regulations. And where can you find this? So the management system modules can all be found on that repo, OCA management minus system. And it has a dependency. Some of the modules have a dependency on the documentation app. So you might need to have installed available in your system the knowledge repo too. And that should be enough to get all these features I showed you today. Without installing in your system, remember we have run both. So there's a button on the README of the management system repo. If you try the purple button, try me or run both. There's a link here too. And you can jump to an instance and try what you saw here, try it out. My goal today, well, I get people saying, okay, how do I use this? What's here? What are the features? It just gives you a high level view of what are the features, how they relate, and then you can find your way. Of course, every management system is different. You will use it differently in each organization, but you have here a common set of tools that allow you support these common things that are needed on any management system, like record audits, reviews, nonconformities, actions, manage those actions. And of course, there's a few more specialized features I didn't show. There have been contributions to link this to manufacturing and actually control quality from manufacturing processes, defects, so link to that process. I didn't show it here. But there's a few more features, and there's now and then new contributions. It's been an active project. So it's been a live project, even if there's not much activity every day, but it's been consistently kept. So I believe there's a good group of people depending on it out there, and it's, I believe that will be continue to be supported in future versions. And even in Enterprise Edition, there's no alternative to this, a good alternative to this. And okay, I think I'm 5 minutes over. Okay, Frederick is there. So I can take a question. Just, well, you can come, Frederick, set up, please.
One question. You just mentioned manufacturing. Can this module be used as an alternative of the quality module from Enterprise?
No, it's a different perspective. It's from the management system. So why are those quality problems being introduced? How can we solve them? It's not like on the shop floor, you make sure that that individual product is meeting the measurements it should. It's a different approach. So it's not an alternative.
But we also have the alternative. In OCA manufacturers, we have quality control modules that are an alternative for enterprise.
That's a good answer here. So that future, there's an OCA alternative for that. It's not in this repo, but there's a manufacturing repo, you have an alternative for that. Okay? There's one more question? Yeah, you can do the setup.
Just one question. Have you been using it for certification or when the customer is using it? It has been accepted by the certification company?
Yeah. So Maxime used this for his own certification on his company. I'm not a user of it today. I prepared a proof of concept for a company I was working with. It filled all the requirements. It just, for other reasons, didn't go ahead. But again, the certification is about making sure you can show you meet the requirements to the auditor. It's not about the tools, if it's paper, if it's digital. Yeah. It's more about that, making sure. And but yes, this is at a level, it's usable for actual certification scenarios. Okay, thank you. Sorry for taking you 5 minutes.
Yeah, no worry. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all around. I'm happy to be able to hold this talk about Tiny ERP, Open ERP, Odoo, and the Magic Glass Bowl. I just learned that this title is a bit catchy. Okay, honestly, it was sought to be like this, and I hope that we can have a good discussion on where we came from, what we happen to have in the Odoo community, and what will be the future of the entire ecosystem. So my agenda for today is just briefly introduce myself so that everybody knows who I am, even though most people probably know me already. Then I'd like to go through the functional product evolution throughout the time, the naming and the funding history of the product, the relevance of Odoo SA, the relevance of the community, and then the different perspectives of Odoo SA towards the community and vice versa. And finally, I would like to synthesize what I'm speaking about and try to give an outlook of what the future may look like. Short disclaimer first. I mean, even though I have researched quite a bit for my talk on the figures and then on the history, I might be wrong here and there. So please correct me if you know better. And don't take everything I'm telling you for granted. It's just solely my opinion at the end of the day, and I might be completely wrong on that. Yeah, let's see. So I'm a digital nomad since I think I'm the digital nomad since 1994. That's when I started to dig into IT business, even before the first bubble burst. I founded my company in 1997, so still CTO of InitOS. Besides that, I was studying quite a while, a long time, and did my PhD on the Otto von Guericke University in Magdeburg. And some of you that are older in the community already know that Magdeburg University has a quite impressive track on running a university as an alliance program for SAP. So in the university, we're running the world's largest SAP competence center. And that's when I started to dig into Odoo and open source, because I thought that there should be something better than than proprietary software and ERP, and that's where I started to dig into the matter. Yeah, besides that, I'm a member of the OCA since quite a while. I'm also board member of the OCA and doing the treasury there, but this is probably not that important for today's talk. So as you can see, the first steps, and I'm not quite convinced whether 2004 or 2005 is the correct date, but somewhere in between end 2004, beginning of 2005, it was the day when Fabian decided to publish the first version of what was back then called Tiny ERP. And then it moved on to Tiny ERP with the PDF report engine in 2005, became Tiny ERP 3. You probably all remember that this was at a time where we still had the GTK client. It was quite clumsy to get it all run, and it ran differently on each and every machine, and you had to take care of a lot of things. It was not that easy, and web client was simply not there back at that day. So 2007, it started to have the Linux and the Windows client separate, and the first project management tools came into play, and it was still named Tiny ERP 4.0. And you're still gonna find some code footage out there in the internet with that old versions if you dig deep. Yeah, further to 2008, it was still Tiny ERP 4.0, although there was already made progress towards the new naming. We had translations, calendar functions, dashboard, graphical functions integrated into the product. That was back in 2008. And then what I consider the first big change of Odoo appeared. That was the first naming change from Tiny ERP to Open ERP. That was where the nice logo with the ant was created, and where the first appearances in was back then the CeBIT Fair in Hanover. I remember perfectly well when Fabian himself was in the CeBIT Fair together with some German partners presenting. I'm curious, who was in CeBIT seeing Odoo back, or what was then called Open ERP back in the days? You? Cool, interesting, yeah. Well, CeBIT isn't anymore. Computer science has evolved since then. So further on to 2011, then it was called Open ERP 6. That was where HTML report engine, BI, webmail, SaaS, e-commerce, and the first big license change came into play. So it was relicensed from GPL, which was it in the beginning, to AGPL version 3. So this was I would say, a rather neutral change from GPL to AGPL, because it simply included that the web client was also viral. So once you did changes to the web client, you were enforced that this is going to be open source as well. So all fine for the open source community for that part. Then there was an intermediate version. I could only call it intermediate version. I never really realized why it was called 6.1, but that was an important milestone probably. So that was when the first version of the POS and the Kanban views and enterprise social features come into play. That was back in 2012. And then you all know the story. What was the next pretty massive change was the Odoo event in Belgium, where they, in the first day of the keynote, unveiled that it's not going to be named Open ERP any further, but Odoo. That was quite, there were many astonished people, I think. Some may have been informed beforehand why it was Odoo. Does anybody around know why it was called Odoo? Okay. Well-informed people around, yeah. They did a statistical analysis, how many O's you should have to make good business. And they came up, the more O's you have in your naming, the better it is, the more successful you are, and they named it Odoo.
So there's also, heard that it was an old name Fabian came up previously for a SaaS offer, which was called On-Demand Open Object.
Ah, yeah. That makes even more sense. I didn't. On-demand open object.
Open object. At the beginning, the framework was separate from the add-ons, and the framework was called open object.
Right, that was a reference, I think, to SAP because they had this entity object model as well. So, yeah, but I'll come to that SAP Odoo relation a bit later. So that's just a product improvement now. So 2009, 2015, we had this change to LGPL. In this, I think, was where this community was first frightened because that was quite a massive change. Nobody could really predict what the future would look like with this massive change because, as you know, lesser GPL is a permissive license. Weak copyleft license to be precise, and a weak copyleft license only requires you to contribute changes to the core, but you can have a derived product on top of that is just loosely coupled and linked, and then you can still have a proprietary product on top of that LGPL license core. So, but this, I will come to that later. This change was induced by, I think not personally by Fabian himself, but by the necessities of the business and the requirements the VCs brought to play. That was about the day when they got the first venture capital financing. So further on. 2018, we had Odoo 12 with documents, discuss a report designer. So the first version of Odoo Studio was brought into play in 2018. And then we had this massive change in accounting. You perfectly remember in Odoo 13. So account invoice was moved, the model account invoice was moved to vice versa, I think. So there were massive changes in the accounting that made some gray hairs from the integrators here and there. We had the appraisal module, lead mining things, and also KI. The first KI usage has been made in the system. Now, all the way today. So we will have the presentation to the keynote tomorrow, and probably not a magician to say that tomorrow version 16 in the great keynote of Fabian will be unveiled. And there's much internet footage around what will be in and what will be out. And some of the guys here around might have had a look into the code already. So it's a pretty known what will be the features of the new version, and by tomorrow we will know exactly what the future will look like. Well, I say only God knows, because at the end of the day, Odoo's R&D team will decide what they put into the mainline product and what not, and they will just disclose after. From time to time with the code they contribute, what will be in there, and they will make sure that some partners or some people in the ecosystem will know what will be in, and so the product will continue. But that, from the perspective of the Odoo community, is a bit of a game, as it used to be in the past, because you all know there were like inventions made in the OCA community or by different partners. Like I perfectly remember the MRP done by the Spanish community that was like then inducing a change in the MRP in the mainline product, which included some of the features that the Spanish community came up with, but it was not invented at Odoo, so they invented it themselves and named it differently, and all that kind of stuff. So I consider it to be a game, what will be the part of the mainline product. So apart from the feature sets that evolved over time, also the business model kind of changed over time. So back in 2004, when the product was been invented, it was called Tiny AAP, and back then Fabien and his team were basically students at the university, Louvain-la-Neuve, where we had the meetings all the years, and it was basically a student project that was Fabien made the first living out of, and he thought, I will conquer the market. I will conquer SAP. And this was the first steps that he went. And in 2009, as I said, the first naming change from Tiny ERP to Open ERP takes place, and that was about the time when they were getting for the first venture capital. And that was 2010, when Odoo got the first venture capital invest. This was back at the days $3 million investment provided by Sofina Tech Funds, together with Iliad co-founder Xavier Niel. He's a well-known person in France, as I learned, while investigating some of the billionaires of less popular billionaires among stock owners, but in tech he is quite renowned in France. And still around, he was also contributing to the foundation funding money of €3 million. Yeah, and that, according to the internet footage, provided Odoo with the ability to hire the best managerial team that they could think of. So that was the first thing they were doing. They were hiring a management team, and then they decided, okay, they were realizing that they need to pivot the business model away from open source, purely open source, to open core in order to sustain their development. And then, back at that day, it was clear to, Fabian says this, that they had to concentrate on the product instead of services, what they did before. Because it wouldn't be possible, that was the belief at that day, that you can't build a great product while doing services in the same time. So they all changed the way the product was conceived. They changed the license, and they concentrated on building great UI, great user experience, and a great product. And then eventually the down, what I would call down circle, so changed. They become more and more, they had more and more traction among their subscriptions and their product. And then, although in between 2010 and 2014, there was some tough time where they again needed to change some of their business model, they received the next funding of €10 million in 2014. And that was provided by Sofina Tech Funds again, so they increased their investment. And the regional fund of the region of Wallonie also stepped into the group of funders together with Exchange. So at that day, Odoo had in total 3 VC companies investing into the product. And with that money, they focused on R&D and growth, and that was about the time when they started to hire not only a managerial team, but grow the developer team, and started to develop lots of new features. And then 2014, as I said, there was another magical change of the 3 O's, okay? On-demand, open object. And then it went on to a 90 million investment that was just 2019. So maybe only some of you knew that there was a $90 million investment by a new venture capital company called Summit Partners. They joined all the old partners. So in total, we had 4 venture capital companies investing in Odoo at the end of 2019. The focus of this was rapid product development pace, and continual global expansion. That was about the time when they invested massively in the North American market, created and invested a lot in marketing, did all the billboard campaigns and things like that. And now what I didn't know, even before I started my talk, is that late 2021, who knew that they were receiving another round of venture capital invest at the end of last year? Okay, quite a few of you knew. I didn't knew, and this was quite a new ticket. And this huge ticket was like a little bit different from them all, because Summit Partners paid off the initial investors. So the initial investors, Exchange and Sofina Tech Funds, made their exit. and it's only Summit partners remaining, and the SRIV, the Wallonie Regional Investment Fund, is still part of it. But what makes Odoo completely different from a financing perspective is that at that day, when a company receives $250 million US, a startup company, you would anticipate that most of the shares are already owned by the venture capital companies. But luckily, and this is a good news for us all, this is not the case in case of Odoo. So still the majority of the shares is owned by the managerial team among Fabian, which in turn makes Fabian a billionaire. So probably the only billionaire you know in person. But nobody knows, but depending on how you evaluate, but he will be among the 20 most rich person in Belgium already. Yeah, so I come to the founder's vision. So at the beginning in 2005, it was Fabien Pincars who started TinyERP with a bold vision. And the plan was simply changing the world. That is what he said he was gonna do. And there is internet footage that says, okay, what do you need to do in order to change the world? You have to find the bully of the class and compete against him. And the bully of the class was SAP back at the days, and it probably is today. So that's when Fabien and his team of mates in the university decided, okay, we're gonna take us 3 years. We take down SAP, and for that reason, we're buying the domain, sorry, SAP. To actually tell them. Good. The story about SAP is a little bit different because I think I was reviewing the web archive to see when the domain has actually been used in the past, and it has been used, and I think he got some not so nice letters from SAP back in the days when he used it, so it has never been used again. Especially for websites, but it's still there. It's still owned by Odoo, but nothing. You can find nothing on sorry SAP. 2009, there was this magical moment with the Danone's managers, and you still find footage in the internet about that one. When Fabien, back in the days, quite young guy, with bold vision, was ending up at Danone's headquarters, trying to convince the people to use Odoo. And it was just a branch of Danone, to be precise. It was just a research project from them internally, but the managers asked him, why should we take a software that was back at that day still called TinyERP? Something that is TinyERP can't be used by us, it must be bolder vision. So that was the first change on naming that was induced most probably by these Danone guys. So 2010, the pivoting of the business model raised the first money. Then in 2011, they had a tough moment when they're missing their expectations on growth. But that was just because they didn't get the figures right. And then as Fabien reported it famously, there was a more intelligent guy summing up the figures on a larger scale and on a larger time frame, and then they found out, okay, the business is just going right, but it's not like a sprint, but rather a marathon to try to convince the market and conquer the market. Yes, as of 2021, the vision is now officially disrupt the market. I mean, we are all part of the market probably because we think it's going to be a disruptive market at the end of the day, but now it's officially the goal of Odoo to disrupt the ERP market, and that is officially to take the SAP business model down. And if you see what SAP is doing, how the shares of SAP and others are doing, they probably got it right, because SAP shares are shrinking since quite a while with the new management, and they just can't make the turnaround. Okay, now that we've learned about the product and the investment, so let's spend a moment on the relevance of Odoo SA. So started as tiny something in just about 15 years, Odoo has outperformed almost all of the open source competition. I think you can strike the almost because it's the only reasonable large-scale open source competition in the market. I mean, there are others that were before, like like Compere and like Metas and lately even ERP Next, but there are Dolly Bar, so there are some competition, but nothing really at that scale. It outperformed the open source market by means of functional completeness, maturity of the product, and community and market reach. As you can see, I mean, we are probably the only community in an open source ERP ecosystem at that scale. And I think we could all be proud to be part of that and proud to be part of that community. Odoo is now at the outset of realistically, at least that's what I'm believing, it realistically compete against the giants while being the first that addresses the market holistically. And with holistically, I mean SAP historically has failed to address the low-level market. They always only address the high-level market, but Odoo is now being able to even compete in that high-level, high-volume market with automobile industry, with whatever. I think that's seriously possible right now, and it wasn't possible before. So what Odoo has achieved and how it achieved it has a fundamental roots in the what I call ideological stubbornness and the values Fabian embodies. I think he is in all positive senses here, he is the person that drives it all. And the very fact that he still owns the majority of the shares is kind of a relief for everybody in the community. It should be kind of a relief because he is still the driver in the seat. He can decide where to go and what not to go. That creates a kind of a different troublesome architecture, but this is at the beginning a good note for us all. Yes, and that means that the last ticket meant by 2021, Odoo was worth $3.2 billion US dollars, which is already 3% of SAP's market value as of today. So earlier on you thought, okay, Odoo is quite small as compared to SAP, but now remember, SAP is in the market since like 30, 40 years almost, and Odoo is worth 3% of it. That's quite a big deal. Yeah, and I personally think what I consider to be the end game is yet to begin. So what is the relevance of the community, some may ask. And there is quite a bit of footage in. I'm sorry, I put the sources here, but they are not correct on the slides. I have to fix that up after. But what these statements in parentheses means are the press releases from the venture capital announcements, and in all of them you will find that Odoo is incredibly proud of the huge community, and it's been a driving factor for all the investment, and the huge growth has been its community. And this is not precisely what Odoo says about itself, but it's precisely what the investors think, why they invest into the product, is because it has a stable and successful community. So Odoo's success is a focus on a result of a relentless focus on building a great product and a strong community, as it has been put in the latest announcement. Yeah, and the perspective of Odoo SR, I need to be frank and open with you. I had some exchange with Fabian before on the talk, because he was like sending me an email when he realized that I was giving the talk, asking me some questions and inputting me with some information. So I try to balance that as a scientist would do, so not to be biased too much, and bring it into play and evaluate it against what I had researched so far. So the perspective of Odoo is a sustainable value stream is needed to control strategic product development and pay the developers. This was the initial move why they had to go from open source, completely open source, to open core. And as Fabian puts it, he thinks it was the single largest mistake of him that he couldn't manage this transition in a good way. He believes that, and I'm pretty confident that he's right about that. The transition was not made that good, and there was lots of rumors created when they did it. But I think it was the only way to sustain the business model at the end of the day, because pivoting away from a service model to a product model required them to pay their developers, and the only thing you can pay developers is if you have something to sell. This was the product licenses with the open core model. And you continue to do so and one of the things that you need to take into account is that if you would like to do so, if you would like to build a great product, it doesn't only require huge investments up front, but you need to get these payments refunded afterwards and repaid. And usually the people that are providing the capital to do this huge investment in R&D would like to have a multiple of what they invested up front in order to have a decent margin on their initial investment. So reliable and complex professional services are important to the ecosystem, but don't lie at the Odoo's core business model as of today. Therefore, a partner network is really relevant today. The perspective of the community is a little bit different. We all came across the problems with getting patches into the core and with patching, and even doing like security patches for the product. So it has been a nightmare for some of the people around to get patches into core. An active or vibrant community in our mind needs recognition of their work, and the community should play an active role in the strategy game to sustain. So we should take part in the strategic development of the product, which we just do to a limited account, I would say. Services are offered by the vendor should be as much possible, as much reliable as possible. And I think, some people do have their doubts whether the services that Odoo is providing, especially when it comes to enterprise migration, are that reliable. But this is something that a good community would require from their vendor, so that the service that they're going to provide is reliable, even for complex scenarios. So that brings us to the conclusion. I lost a slide. So I think the near future will be tough, because we are in the midst of a climate, economic, global crisis, I would say. So we're better off to lower expectation and invest in resiliency, all of us. I hope it's just not only a German perspective on how to do that, but a global one to invest in resiliency. A great overall product needs a committed and vibrant international and fundamentally open community. And a single vendor and majority control will be key to navigate through this rough waters. That's at least what I believe, as long as they are going hand in hand. The Odoo ecosystem, I think, will continue to win large projects and even larger projects in the future, but probably less of them. So it will be tougher to get these large projects. It will involve many more of the community members to get that run, but it's gonna be tougher to find them. As Odoo is progressing towards the giants in industry, it's gonna be harder also to compete against proprietary products, because at the end of the day, multinational companies are then in the hands of the software, and they need reliable service and reliable partners to do so. Finding and maintaining individual sustainability for the vendor, the community, and the partners will continue to be a tough ride. Why I'm saying this? Because Odoo is in a very strong position. In a newer version of I just realized that this is not the newest version of my slides. I'm sorry for that. But in the newest version of the slides, I put the Porter's 5 Forces model. Who knows the Porter's 5 Forces model? Okay, just one. Okay, it basically has all the market participants in a model and says what is the strength of the market competitor in a model. And from that picture, so we have a core, in the middle, which is the market we all compete in. And then we have the threat of substitutes, the threat of market entrance. We have also new supply that is being added to the community, and that all plays a role. By new supply, I mean new partners added to the gold service, platinum, whatever partnership that Odoo is continuing adding, but they are not providing that well service, but they all compete in the same market. So that makes it continuously worse for all the market participants to compete, because there are false positives in the market. Yeah, Odoo won't work the way it works without a strong community. That's my strongest belief. So but the community won't work without a strong and committed vendor either. So we are better off to work together. Yes, thank you for the remind. Open core continues to be probably the only viable sacrifice that we all have to take in order to make that sustainable. Yeah, let's see what happens. Thank you for your audience. Can probably take one question. Okay. Is there one? No? Good. Who's the next one? Who's the next one? Well, community is a broad term, yeah. So what Fabian considers to be the community is probably slightly different from what we believe is the community. And to shape the fundamental definition of what the community should look like, I think it lies in our arms, and it's also part of the convincing argument that we have to make towards Fabian. The only problem that we're gonna face all together is that Odoo SA is in the strongest position to define the rules of the market, so they can basically decide what the community should look like, and they also did it in the past when they created their own flavor of the community. So what I can say, the message that I would convey, come next year to the OCA event. I think the best thing that you could do of the records is to continue to contribute to the OCA, to be part of this community, because if we grow this community, we have a voice, and this voice will be heard. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. Do you hear me? Is it working? My name is Ivan Todorovic. I'm a developer at Camp to Camp. Today I want to talk about how to write tests to the Odoo front end, or actually to test JavaScript code, not only the front end. And so this is something we Odoo developers, at least I don't usually get to work on, because we usually work on Python modules. But still, it's very good to test your modules, and if they contain JavaScript code, you might want to do that. So we have two test suites in Odoo that allows us to test JavaScript code. So we have the QUnit test suite. This is an external project, by the way. It's used by Odoo. And you can use that to test a single component or a function in JavaScript in isolation. The test will run in isolation from the server as well. And so for that reason, all RPC calls have to be mocked. And then you have tours. Tours are basically like a list of steps that simulates user actions. And the idea is to test a business flow, like a whole sales process or things like that. And they do interact with the server. So a warning, though, to run these tests in your CI, Odoo will need to launch a headless browser to run them, so it's much more slower than running Python unit tests. So for this reason, try to write smarter tests. Also consider QUnit tests are a bit faster than the tours. This is because, well, they don't interact with the server and runs much faster, but still, it's much slower than Python. So when to use QUnit? Well, you can use it to test functions or to test UI components, like widgets, forms, and so on. For example, I have here a simple function that takes a name as an argument and returns a string, a greeting. So in order to test that, you would first need to create a file like this. You have to define a QUnit module. You set the name for your module. It can be the same name than your Odoo module, but it doesn't really have to be. It's just a string. And you can also have multiple QUnit modules per Odoo module. Optionally, you can set a before each parameter that allows you to pre-configure some data that's going to be present on every test. And then you define a function, and inside that function, you define the tests you want to run. In our case here, I'm just running the function 3 times and making some assertions on the results. So it's not enough to create that file. You also need to add it to the QUnit tests suite bundle. And you have to explicitly run it from your Python unit tests, because your Python unit tests are the entry point for the tests. To do so, now you take the QUnit module name you defined in the previous file, and you use it to pass it as a query string parameter to this controller, this web test controller. So these web test controllers will run the whole QUnit test suite, unless you pass the module name. So it's very important you do so, because if you forget, you will be running the whole test suite for every module you try to implement this. Then to test a widget, it's slightly more complicated, because you need to instantiate this widget. You have to mock the RPC calls if there are any, and so on. So there's a very useful function it's in the web test utils module. It's called createView. So this function takes a widget class, a view definition, and a mock RPC override that you can use to make some assertions on your widgets. For instance, here it's a widget I prepared for this PR. While I was working on this presentation, I realized there aren't that many examples in the OCA. So I took a module, it's web domain field, This module, what it does is it allows to use, for instance, in a view for a one-to-many field, you have the domain attribute that usually takes a domain definition. With this module, you can use another field, and the domain will come from the value of the other field. So I've written some tests. So I basically add the test to the unit test suite. Yeah, I forgot about this. Besides passing the mock RPC function, you also need to prepare some data for the create view method. And this data needs to follow some structure for that method. And the structure is basically an object where you have the model you want to mock, the fields of that model, and the records. It's just fantasy. It can be anything. It doesn't have to be a real model, real fields. Then you call this function. You pass for instance, the form view class, because I'm trying to mock a form view. The architecture of the view, the definition of the view. And then on the mock RPC, you can just, well, make your assertions. I'm expecting a name search with the domain that's coming from the value of the other field. And that's pretty much how you use it. Sorry, lost my, where it is. Okay. I lost my presenter thingy. Just a second. All right. So, tips and tricks. Don't, when you're coding this, or when you're writing this test, don't run it from the command line. It's much better to do it in the browser, to launch them in the browser. So yeah, you can use the developer tools to debug and to analyze what's going on. And just consider some browser extensions might inject some code into the web page and might make them fail. So for that, I recommend to use incognito mode. And use the dev XML command line arguments so that you don't have to reinstall the module every time. I'm going to show you a little bit how that goes. So just going to run. This here. Here. So, where's my cursor here? So I have the model with the simple function I showed before, and the tests, and also, of course, the Python tests that are our entry point. Now, of course, you need to log in. Sorry. Now, when you get to this page, it's already filtering on the module I want to, because it's on the query parameters. And you can see that it passed. Now, just for the demonstration, let's make it fail. Like that. You refresh the page. And boom, now it fails. And you can use the developer tools to analyze what's going on and so on. It's much, much better to do this than running the Python test suite from the command line, and then you get this on the console, but you don't really know what's going on. All right. That should be there. Yep. So that's it for QUnit tests. Now tools. When to use them? Well, you can use them in the point of sale, on the website, or even on the web client. But at least in my opinion, it's more useful for the point of sale. Normally for any point of sale module, you want to test it with tools, and probably not unit tests. And this is because you want to test the whole workflow And also something that you can do with tours is, since they interact with the server, you can prepare some data on your database before launching them. And after they finish, you can also make some assertions on your database in Python. For the website, you can use them. Yeah, why not? The thing is, it's very common that website modules only do changes in QA views and not really include JavaScript code, unless they do. But if they don't, then it's better that you test these modules with just by parsing the server responses. And that's going to be faster than writing tours. And for the web client, you can definitely find some tours defined in Odoo source code. But it's not really common that we have to write them when we customize modules, when we customize widgets or create new widgets. For those, normally you want unit tests. They will be faster than tours. So I prepared some demo of a point of sale module. It's very simple. It just adds this custom button, and when you click on it, it gets this number input. But it will serve as an example to explain how we can code a tour for this. So tours, just a list of actions. We simulate an user workflow and user interaction. We define these actions using jQuery selectors as triggers. So with this, you can target specific elements in the interface. And the way it's going to work is the tour runner will try to find for each step the element you have on the jQuery selector. It will wait a few seconds. I think it's something about 10 seconds, because sometimes the page is rendering and it takes a while for the element to be there. And once it finds it, it will continue to the next step. It will run an action when it finds it. By default, it's click. Unless it's an input, then it's just typing some text. But you can change the action with the run parameter for double click, drag drop. You have actions for any kind of user interaction. So, for instance, this is actually testing the module I showed before. First, we need to wait for the point of sale to finish loading. And to do so, we have to wait for the point of sale to not have an element called with a loader class. And then it's opening the session, and then it's clicking on the button, and so on. Now, there's a better way to write this. That was before it's old, but since I think 13, Odoo introduced these helpers, which are, well, for once it's more readable, and also it's easier to maintain, because imagine between versions Odoo will change the interface and it will change the path. So your jQuery selectors will no longer work, and you will have to keep updating it, and you're just repeating code from module to module. So Odoo introduced these helpers that allow you to, in the end, build the list of steps by calling these methods, like the product screen, do, confirm, opening, pop-up. Bottom line is just creating this list of steps, but the definition of the step, now it's in the point of sale module. You can also create your steps. Here, I didn't show how to do it, but this click custom button is the one I defined in the model. So you can create your own steps so that it's easier to write your tours and maintain them. Once you have your tour, like with the unit tests, you need to add them to the assets tests bundle. It's a different bundle, but you still need to add them to a bundle. And like with the unit tests, you still need to explicitly run them from Python test suites. And the difference, as I mentioned before, is that you can do some pre-configuration on your database before running them, and you can also make some assertions on the records after they have finished. Like imagine your module is creating some orders with some specific features, so you can make some assertions on those orders once they finish. So tips and tricks on tours. Well, use the helpers. Create your own if they don't exist. Use the browser developer tools to find the elements and the selectors. Before writing the tour, try to reproduce it yourself and start trying to find the selectors you need to click on the elements of the screen or to interact with the screen. And you can also use the built-in JavaScript console to test your selectors and to understand if they are working or not. And the last one, but not least, is use the screenshots or screencasts. I'm going to show you about this. It's pretty useful. So I have here the model I showed you before with the custom button and the test and so on. And let's run the test. Oh, yeah, sorry. But thanks. Oh, it's difficult because I have to look there. And yes, 2. So this is going to run the test. It takes a while, much more time than the Python test suite. You see it's running the browser, getting some resources because the page is actually loading, and now they passed. But now imagine you had an error. I'm going to force this error with this simple flag. If you had an error, well, for once it's going to take longer because it's going to get stuck at one of the steps trying to find an element that's not there, but it will wait until a timeout of about, I don't know, 5 or 10 seconds. It's just a few seconds. And that's when it's going to fail. And that's what's happening right now. And now it failed. But you don't really know what happened. And sometimes it's hard to understand what happened. Well, Odoo by default will save a screenshot of the very last moment when it failed in the temp directory. So I'm using Docker, so I have it mounted here. And that's what you find. So now you start to get an idea of what went wrong, at least. If that's not enough, you can use the screencasts. And then you define the directory where you want it. Again, the test is going to run. It's going to wait a few seconds until it fails. Trying to find the element, doesn't find it. Fails. This time, though, it's creating a video for us. That's going to show you exactly what the tool runner did until it got the error. And that will give you much more information and hopefully help you to fix your tests. So that's it. Thank you. There's the code for the presentation if you want it. Those are my details. If you want any, I will be available for any questions you may have, and I'm interested in this subject, so I can help you. Questions? Yeah.
If the tests don't fail, the video is recorded too?
No. No. Same with the screenshot. It's only when it's failed. Sorry?
The video can be used for documentation.
I guess that's coming from what we discussed before, but no. You get the video only if it fails. If it doesn't fail, then no. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes. else? All right then. That's it. Thank you. Floor is yours. Thanks. Yeah.
Hi everyone. So my name is Sébastien Alix. I am an Odoo developer since 2010, something like that. I am working at Camp2Camp, and today I will present you OCA Port. So a tool I started to develop 2 years ago. So the goal of this tool will be to migrate and maintain easily your OCA add-ons. So it all begins with the migration of a customer project. It was a migration from 13 to 14, and these customers had 350 OCA add-ons, OCA modules, over 700. And one of the key points here is that we still have we continue to work, we at C2C, Camp2Camp, and the community to work on the 13 versions of the add-ons, of these add-ons, while we started the migration to V14. So the challenge here was to synchronize all the features added in 13 to 14, as well as the fixes. And sometimes the contrary, we have to backport fixes we did on 14 during the migration to 13 is to be clean. So that's how OCA Port is born. So it is hosted now in its own OCA repository. And a Python package is available on PyPy. So you just have to install it with pip and export your GitHub token as a environment variable. So you can generate the GitHub token in your GitHub profile, in the security or developer menu, something like that. So before, without this tool, the usual way to migrate an add-on was to create a migration branch, to play with git format patch, pipe on git AM, and run pre-commit, add everything, and generate your commit. And after that, you can start to migrate the code, etc., and make your test pass. And now with OCA port, it follows the same process automatically. It is done for you for these first steps. And it will display some tooltips for the remaining steps. So what you need to do, upgrade your version number in the manifest file, take care of the migration guide of OCA if you need to adapt some XML files, etc., etc. And you can see here how it is done on the right. So you just clone your OCA report, OCA repository, and you execute the OCA port command. So the first parameter is the source branch, so from where you start. And the second one is your target. So you are not forced to have 15 or 16. You can jump versions if you want. You put the add-on you want to migrate. And the fork option, if you don't pass it, it will just output a report of what it can do with this port, if the add-on exists or not. Here, we have in the migration process, so the add-on has not been migrated on 16. And when you pass the fork option, it will allow you to do the process and open a pull request at the end, or to perform the migration at least locally, and after that to open a pull request. The second feature of OCA port, it was the main one initially, was to keep track of port pull requests. So before that, we were keeping track of pull requests on a given module. So you have to keep an eye on every OCA module you are interested in, and think about if you have to port it. So you will play with git cherry pick and git format patch to port manually the commit you want to port. And often you open two git log in parallel, and you compare them to know what you want to port. And you do this for every single module. So you can imagine with 350 modules to scan, doing this manually, it will be a nightmare. So with OCA ports, now we can have a report of what you need or what is missing for your add-on on the target branch. It could be false positive, like lint commit, lint check. You don't want to port that because maybe on the target branch pre-commit has done the job well, so you don't want to port that. So here an example of output when an add-on is already ported of 15 and you want to reduce the gap between 14 and 15. So it presents you that one pull request is missing, and you could have the need to port it if you want. So how does it work? So internally it uses Git Python, and Git Python has its own commit object to represent a commit of the Git repository. And OCA port introduces a new commit class, and it will convert all the commits from Git Python to its own class, and it will perform check equality on the two branches, so 14 and 15, for instance. And for that, it will compare some attributes only of the commit. So it will be the author name, author email, the date time, and the message. And sometimes depending on the needs in the tool, we want to compare the paths of the files impacted by one commit, and sometimes not. So there is a context manager to do that, to allow you to, I don't want to compare my 14 commit with the 15 one with paths or not. So let's do a demonstration. I will start, for instance, with like this. Would be enough, I guess. So I first check that I have my fork to process with the port. So I have the content one. And I want to check, for instance, in the server backend repository of OCA. I don't need to fetch the branches. The tool will do that for me. Let's try just like this. So we saw that the module is already existing on 15. It's checking the pull request to port, or it starts with the commits, and it will request GitHub API to see if this commit was part of the pull request. So here we can see that this pull request has been merged by Daniel on the 14 branch, but it hasn't been ported to 15. With the verbose parameter, we can see an exhaustive list of the commits, and not only just one commit here, so we will get the detail. And with the fork option, I can process. So now it is asking me if I want to port this pull request, 152. Let's say yes. So I already tried before, so it tells me that the local branch already exists on my local copy. That's all right. So there was no conflict this time. If there is a conflict, it will just stop there, and you can open another shell and resolve the conflict. Type git am continue, and resume the work by answering yes after. Otherwise, if everything is fine, you will just get this report. It proposed me to push the branch on my fork. And now to create a draft pull request on the upstream repository, which is OCA. And here we go. I get my pull request with a title saying that, okay, this is for 15, and I am forward porting from 14 for this add-on. So later I could automatically add the right milestone and labels, but no, there is no one. I tried before, it was a bit complex, so for a demonstration, it was not too much conflict. And here it is another example I made, yeah, it was last year. If you have several pull requests to port, you can either port them one by one and make one pull request one by one, or if there are very small ones, you can consolidate all the port in one branch and open one pull request with all the port at the end. So the title will change to say, okay, it relates to multiple ports, and it will list which pull request you ported from the previous version. And it was, and I have maybe a more complete example of what the tool is able to do. So this is about porting the stock warehouse flow module that Jacques Etienne introduced yesterday. I want to port it to 15 as well. So I prefer to run. It won't work like expected, functionally speaking, I mean, but for the demonstration, it's okay here. So I want to migrate it because it doesn't exist on the 15 branch. So here I just applied what we can find in the OCA migration guide. So executing git format patch, etc., executing pre-commit. And once it is done, it will automatically trigger the second features of OCA port to check if there is some pull request or things to port really, that relates to this add-on. So, for instance, where it is, yeah, this pull request, the original one on 14. So this pull request was creating a new add-on stock warehouse flow, but it also added a glue add-on, auto-install one, stock warehouse flow release that makes the compatibility between stock warehouse flow and stock available to promise release. And for that, we needed to add a hook on this add-on. Without that, the stock warehouse flow release can't work. It needs the hook on this one to be able to work as expected. So here it says, okay, I detected this pull request. We can see here it saw 2 commits to port from this pull request because even if we have 3 commits in my pull request here, the first one relates to the stock warehouse flow module, and the 2 other ones are not really related to. Yeah. So he proposed me if I want to also port this one and another one which is an unrelated fix, but we don't care. And what happened here is that when applying this commit, he wanted to patch as well stock available to promise release to add the hook. He saw that this change relates to an unported add-ons because it hasn't been ported yet on 15. It does the same for this patch. And at the end, it's okay, there is nothing to port from this commit. So it's okay for him, but from a functional point of view, it won't be okay to port this one and this one if the other modules that are dependencies are not there. But at least by seeing that, the user knows that there is something missing, and I should check if this add-on, I should port it or not, or the tool cannot decide for the developer what to do for that. And after that, I can simply follow what the tool, it's just almost a copy-paste of what is described in the official migration guide of OCA, at least for this one. So let's do this. Stock warehouse flow. Maybe it's not enough to migrate the add-on, but no, you can see it. Yeah. With a bit of chance, we could have a working add-on. We don't know. Okay. Okay. That won't. No, that won't help with the slideshow. So the roadmap, well, the first point about blacklisting pull requests on module we don't want to port for some reason. So for module migration, if it has been included in standard or it's not relevant anymore, we can say, okay, I don't want to port it. I want to remember that, and it will store this information in a hidden file in the repository on the target branch. It's not yet work in progress. It has been merged this afternoon before the talk. So if you install the last version, it will be part of the release. The same for porting pull requests. You can blacklist pull requests you don't want to port. So everything that is related to lint or etc. Because each time you run the command, you will be annoyed by pull requests you don't want to port. And the fact that it is shared on the OCA repository, all contributors won't be annoyed anymore when running the command. I would like also to detect existing pull requests. So to invite the user that a pull request for this add-on or this port of pull request already exists. So better to review it instead of creating another one. And also, I would like to improve OCA port to use it as a Python package with an API and to get a JSON output. The idea, or not the idea, because we did it a bit, but a dirty way 2 years ago, was to generate a report to plan and estimate the OCA work to do for a customer project migration. So this way you have a big table of, okay, for this repository, I have this add-on, this add-on, this add-on. I want to, you could have some changes to port. And as well, I would like to leverage the Odoo Module Migrator tool, which is another tool to migrate code, but which is more focused on to migrate the code itself. So if some XML tags or etc. Are duplicated in an Odoo version, this tool will take care of. I never tested it yet myself, but maybe to migrate it itself or to put some warning. Yeah, well, the version number. Yeah. So that could be a great addition as well. So that's all from me. If there is. Is there any question? Yes? Yeah, you can do that because all it does is targeting the remotes and the branch you pass in parameter. So for instance, here, if you want to migrate from another repository, let's say you add your remote from another repository, so it could be, we are in WMS, I want to add the warehouse repository, so, well, blah, 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 / stock logistic warehouse. It won't work, but you get the point. And if I want to port something from the stock logistic warehouse repository to WMS, I just add a prefix in the source branch. And yeah, my add-on. So it will fetch the commits from the warehouse repository and include it in the current repository. That's all. Was it your the question? Okay. Yes? I am sure we could, but I was passing too much time to handle that, so yeah, it's not handled very well right now. So yeah, when files or add-ons are renamed, it's a bit difficult for the tool right now to detect that.
That's more a Git problem than a tool problem, right?
Yeah, because analyzing the Git commit objects of Git Python was not so much helpful sometimes to detect that a file has been renamed. When you have a file renamed and changes at the same time, the same commits, well, it's possible, but you have to do a bit of work for that. Why not? But it's not about module name, it's also about files. If you have an XML file which has been renamed inside a module not renamed, you have the same issue. But for these tricky parts, you can just use the add-on with the verbose mode. You get a list of commits and do the work yourself as you are used to. But at least you have the list of commits missing. So from there, up to you to rework them. I think I have demonstration here. Was it here or here? I don't see it anymore. If I, yeah. Maybe in the other file. Let's try again for this one. So as we didn't detect yet that an existing pull request exists, I just created before. He asked me again if I want to port it. This time I answer no. And sorry. And he asked me if I want to remember this choice. And now, oh, there is an issue with the version installed, I guess. Yeah, there is something fishy, yeah. And maybe my last release, it doesn't work very well. Don't trust the number, it's not the 0.10 version, in fact, it's the second version of the tool. So. No. Okay. Maybe I answer no to the question. No? To blacklist. Okay. So now I want to blacklist this pull request. The reason I could say not relevant anymore on 15. Okay. So he ran pre-commit that just one hooks because it stores the metadata in a JSON file, and the JSON file is under the pre-commit checks. So if we check the git log, there is nothing. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, there is an issue with, I will prepare a patch release soon. And so it will create, no, it's not this one. It will create a JSON file in a .oca hidden folder in the repository that will be committed. And it will just store the pull request number with the reason why we choose to blacklist it. That's all.
The key point is that next time you run the command,
Yeah.
the folder again with the same jar.
Yeah.
You might not want to blacklist it for other branches. Maybe we want this request to be 14 but not in 15.
Exactly.
No,
that's why it will be committed in the target branch, because we don't want this pull request for the 15 branch, but maybe we want it for the 13. So if you invert the number and you want to backport a feature, you can do it, just invert the number in the command line. And it will not read the file on your disk, but it will get the git blob in the git tree to see the content. If there is a file base import match JSON in the git tree, and read it from there. Always from the target branch. Is there another question? If in the train tomorrow. Thank you.
I've just been down there. It's mostly done. Mostly. You can look down through the window. We've done all of the tables, all of the stores. We've already got rid of loads of stuff.
You have a PowerPoint.
Do we have that? Oh, that's my.
That's mine. That's yours. Okay.
Oh, glad I didn't forget
We
that.
don't have a mic.
I'm not sure.
Do I know where the microphone is?
Yeah, but that branch is not accessible by the you are only transferring the problem.
We can move the camera.
Testing. Testing.
I wonder if I can yell loud enough to get Joel.
You wanna?
Do I have anyone from Exxon Liaison? No. Well, that's a good start. Now we're looking out the window, yeah? Otherwise, look at you. You want to zoom out? There we go. That's enough room, Daniel? Want to zoom it out a bit? No, it's good. I think it's good like that. We can walk across, like, 9 people aren't fitting behind that.
librarians anything, surely? Want to do the same to that?
But what if the question is, what are the board members?
I ask that question every day.
Everyone had a good time? Good talks? Beers? Catching up. It's good to be able to do this again, isn't it? Simone's gone. Simone's gone down. Simone's gone down.
Are you texting me? No. You're texting me? No. I text the message on the group.
Just free.
No rush. It's also coming. Did you read the email that I just sent like 2-3 hours ago?
No.
Okay.
What did it say?
It said that we should come up with a draft of the RFQ, but we just to everybody, but nobody replied so far. I was saying that basically I had the vision that we come up with a final draft by 4 o'clock.
Oh, no. Well, funnily enough, I announced that the RFQ was going out next week in my presentation, so.
So Vice President is starting it, yeah?
No, the president will start when he arrives. President right now?
He's still technical break. So Simone and the Vice President joined for the technical break.
Where's the description of, I don't even know what this is about.
Is it just an Ask Me Anything?
Yes, we don't have prepared any slides, may I say so?
Here it is. Are you three not part of the board? Or?
It's not working. Push. Hello. No?
We have to ask questions.
No, it's okay.
Testing.
Only when it's you, So, good afternoon, everyone. So, welcome to this MA session. Well, it's a little bit late. So, I don't exactly know what you would really expect of this session, but we are all here for you. Any question will be very welcome. I don't know if any one of you want to start. It could be related to the past year, could be related to this communication plan or the new logo, or discussion about the future, our relationship with Odoo, maybe some remark regarding Pedro's talk of yesterday. I'm giving some ideas to you. Huh? Pick up one. Feedback about the event? Maybe we start with oh, there is one in the end. We get two mic? Yeah, good. Yeah, I jump at the back. Give you the best smile. You're recorded.
Hi there, name's John. I don't want to be a troublemaker. I'm new here, all right?
Every question is welcome, no worries.
So, what does the OCA want to become? And what does it need from the community of developers and companies who are part of the association in terms of engagement? What does it need from the going forward? So, what do you want to be, and how can we help? There you go.
For who is this one? For you? For me? All right. So I think the communication plan with this Make Odoo Migrate together is really the tagline that will probably carry on our decision over the next years. So the goal will really be to continue to provide Odoo with the best subsets of module to deliver Odoo faster and than others, I would mean. So by others, I mean the person that want to do this all alone or all using specific code for the customer. I think there is really a layer here in between that if we really work better together, we can have a competitive advantage against Odoo itself, because now it starts sometimes to be a problem, but overall against other competitors. And the one that plays the OCA game will probably win on the long run. At least it has been true for Camp to Camp. I think it has been true for many other companies that are involved in this OCA. And I am hoping that in the future, we will grow the number of invested integrators in this association to continue the journey like this. Any other opinion on that?
To your specific question, I think one of the critical things of any open source community is that as a board, we don't dictate to you about what it is that you do. And I'm off screen. And so a lot of it's about freedom to choose, right? And so right now we're a very focused community around excellence and I guess in the modules that we produce and the development. But we're always looking for new opportunities to add different layers to that around functional contributors, around joint marketing, around a whole bunch of different things that we can do. One of the things we would love to see more of is more events, certainly, now that we can have them again. But yeah, the main thing is that, this is open source, right? Everybody's free to choose what it is that they want to do, where it is that they want to contribute, and what itch it is that they want to scratch.
Does it answer the question? Not entirely.
Probably there's some small thing to add. I think that we need everybody and everything. So we not only need sponsors for the OCA to continue to do events like this, but also contributors to all kinds of stuff like open upgrade, like a diverse set of modules that we maintain, and even more functional people around. And what we probably need to still find is a way how we can engage more functional people in designing, reviewing architecture, reviewing designs and doing such stuff. So we would like to be really, at least that's my perspective, really immersive on the variety of skills inside the OCA.
If I would express a personal wish, I think I would say that the OCA will be a kind of quality certification label that people involved in this community can deliver better quality faster than any other integrators. That would be my wish one day. We're getting there, by the way. Other question? You're all so quiet. Quick summary of previous year, you mean? Okay. Yeah, I think the previous year was mainly about this communication plan. I don't know how it looks like from the outside, from the inside, it's quite a lot of job actually to rethink all the messages and go to all those thinking. You have been asked through some survey and some asking in the mailing list of your opinion, but I mean, behind the scenery, it was really big thinking among all the board members to rethink this communication plan. I think that was our biggest focus that year. I don't know if I have anything missed that's worth it.
I think that actually the work that Stefan's done along with Alexandra on the run boat, that's a massive effort. That's hugely reduced our costs and our efficiencies.
Come closer.
Oh. And so, yeah, so certainly on the technical side, the run boat side, quite a lot on the people that work around some of the automation tools, such as the GitHub bot and a lot of the automation that we have to reduce a lot of the work that happens. The website, the new open upgrade framework, which of course wasn't the board, but it was the open upgrade maintainers. So there's been a lot going on this year. And even the organisation of an event like this that we haven't had to do for 3 years, 50% bigger than ever, new location. It's been a really, really busy year.
What would you say is like the main restriction that OCA has in order to grow faster?
Money. Contributors.
As a treasurer, I do agree.
So, yeah. So the question was, what's the main restriction for the growth of the Odoo community in the OCA?
I think one of the important messages to share is that we now are, for the first time in the history of the OCA, if I can trust the figures, we are somewhat at the verge of being like reliably income-based. So before, and it was like always up and down. We couldn't project, we couldn't do real budgets, and we're still not there that we could make a solid budget ahead with a limited sponsorship, donations, and members. But if I, as a treasurer of the OCA, can share a wish, it would be that everybody that is engaged with the community from everywhere in the world considers to become a member. At least the people that are buying in from online or attending the meeting should become a member. And please convince your CEOs, your bosses, to consider sponsorship of the OCA, because that allows us to make events like this. And I personally would like the OCA to be the counterbalance of whatever Odoo is trying to do in its strategy. We should be able to at least balance this from an open source perspective, sharing all our beliefs.
It's my opinion, but I think also what is blocking the growing of OCA is that we don't have a clear message about the value of OCA for different profiles. And we've been working on that with the communication plan, and we still have other ideas to go on with that. And it's really my personal opinion, but I don't think we have really a strong statement about what we are and what we want to offer. And because we are not a union of integrators, we have a mix of Odoo community, Odoo enterprise, we have a mix of open source, how do you say that, really believers, and others that are more about business, and we have to make it all work. And I think that's something we need to clarify in the following years, but it's my personal opinion.
It's okay.
You agree?
You're free to talk.
Okay.
One thing that's maybe more related to the contribution process and that is very specific in OCA is a little bit of lack of steering or functional or technical steering in various modules. That's typical resources that we lack because most contributors contribute in the context of their customer projects, which is good, but then projects end, we focus our attention on something else, and then we are not available anymore to review pull requests that come to things we have contributed. And my teams, we are a bit guilty about that too, because it's difficult to set up. So I think personally that in general, we need more people that take a steering role on a few sets of modules to give guidance. Because it happens that you contribute a module, and then when you look at it 2 versions later, it has become something quite different than what you intended, which may be good or not. And I think it's a specific problem that we have in OCA compared to other open source communities, where generally on a project there is a particular steering team who give a guideline on how the project should evolve. And for that, we need more functional contributors, but also people who really invest a little bit of their time to say, okay, I'm interested in that module and I'm going to follow it over the years, at least over a few years, to give some steering and then to give more consistency over time on the way things evolves. That's personal opinion.
We have a question from a YouTube chat. So Hong Tran is asking same questions as last year. I totally agree that OCA bring great value, but there is lack of responsiveness on the repositories and multiple PRs being left open. What's your take on that? Contributors sometimes just open PR and leave it open for years without communication.
Connects with what I just said, and that's a bit of a structural problem, but that's not something that the board can resolve with any kind of process. Is that something that the community needs to be aware of and need to also learn to think long term with their contribution and learn to think how to integrate their OCA work not only in their project work, but also a bit on a longer term. And I'm fully aware that it's not possible to fully track your contributions, all your contributions over a year, but thinking about who is going to take the role of steering for each module, I think it's important. And we have, the concept is there, the tooling is there is this maintainer role. You can declare yourself as maintainers on add-ons. You will get specific notifications when the add-ons on which you are maintainers receive pull requests. So the mechanics is there, but we need more involvement of this kind of profile.
But I think the main problem is a misconception also about the concept of what is contributing. And contributing is also reviewing the PRs. So it's not only I speed the code on OCA and I have to have the right to demand the reviewer. No, review first 2 or 3 PRs and then you will be on the position to demand this. So it's not a particular claim to anybody, to anyone, but take that also into account when you are asking that you don't have any review. And for the communication part, let me contribute a term that I use that is the selfish solidarity. I call it that way because you are being solidarious, but selfishly, because at the end, if you plan resources through all the year, you will benefit that on your project is already, your effort has been already prorated, and on the road, you have learned a lot. You are able to plan better your budget and your project because you are on the wave and you already know how OCA has been during this time. So this is something to as a reflection that you can have about why to contribute, and to contribute not punctually but on a regular basis.
Well, from my point of view, this is part of the communication. I mean, when we say we miss the proper communication of our value, it's not just about the moral value or stuff like that. It's also the value that Graham was talking about today for open upgrade. So if you stay on the same page for a long term, you get learning, you get out training, and you know that you can plan something for your project, you know how to estimate better, you learn a lot of things, and that's probably the most important value that you get. And if you do reviews, you get a lot of learning out of the box without investing in technical courses or stuff like that. You also know if a module that you're using is going to be broken in the next release, so you can prevent that. So it's also for, you know, making sure that you don't have any trouble with your production projects as well. So value is everywhere from my point of view.
There's also an online question. Let's take one here first.
With the mic.
This is a problem really in every free software project, and it needs to be addressed differently for every project. But it's the involvement of non-technical people. There are a lot of functionals or analysts here today at the OCA Days, but I do not see them frequently in interacting in the OCA the rest of the year. Does the board have any plans or strategies or thoughts on involving non-technical people?
Yeah, that's a good question. First, maybe we need all a bit more understanding of each other and placing a bit the context. So maybe the association is there for many years, but as Frederick pointed out, it's very recent. Sorry, you're here now. So it's very recent that we actually are financially self-funded in a healthy manner. And I think it's always a matter of priority in life. So first you want to survive. It may be stupid, but I mean, this is what we were fighting on all those years along, right? And all of us are not paid for the job we do. It's all based on self-investment or personal investment for most of us. And the first part of the pyramid is really to be sustainable. And I think that is now achieved. For us, the next step was we need to tell the world what we do. And that's why we invested in this communication project, because if you don't know what we do, then we will not attract any more people, right? So first step first. And then for us, we always claimed we wanted more functional, and I think it is at the edge of changing. I've seen some directors joining this event. I've seen some functional. Maybe it has been because it has not happened since 3 years, but still I think it's the very first time that in a so-called cold sprint, we have now a reasonable share of people that are non-technical people. And some of the talk we had reflected this as well. And I found some of your talk, guys, were really very interested for another public than only techies. And for us, it's a bit new. So I don't think we have ideas, but we have not discussed exactly any plan. Now we are very happy to see that. And I agree, we need to find a way to make interest of that. And I think the interesting talk we had is one of it. There is a couple of ideas that we already discussed on how to make this even better for the next event. Sharing ideas, we discussed with some people about how about some tables to people expose the problem, and some experts could actually think how to solve it. So some really exchange of knowledge on concrete cases, for giving one example of it. But we have many other ideas on the table for discussion. Anyone want to add something on this?
So I think in the near term, and this isn't a board thing, this is more a personal opinion, but for functional people, they're about to become really, really critical to what we do. And part of the reason for that is we've got over 4,000 modules now that are largely, some are tightly coupled like WMS, but then we've got other modules that have got loose things. And it's about functional people, how they tie those modules together to create solutions, and a less, I suppose, developer-centric interface of how to operate those modules together. So part of that's documentation, perhaps. Part of that is just sharing. But I actually think a big part of that is just people saying to say, if you bundle these modules together, right, and you have a nice config screen and you have a nice way of wrapping it up to reach a wider audience, that there starts to really uncover and expose the value of all of that technical work, but through a functional lens, if that makes sense.
Speak loud.
Everything has so much more functional people here compared to the last 2 years. I think one of the main reasons, maybe Virginie is there, just saying that is a great thing. So maybe one of the first steps would be to have more functional people in the board. It feels like the representativity of Virginie among the techies among you is the same as in the bigger room. So maybe that could be one of the first steps. Just instead of just saying, come, just actually invite them in the board. And I think that will be reflected in the rest of the community and topics and everything.
So the question was, how do we vote out the existing board members?
Yeah. Thank you for that.
I see this one is for me. Huh? Look, so I repeat, a few years ago, so I made a call also to renew the board because there's some old-timer here that might be tired at a point with all the energy they placed over years for this association. And we had some brave people that were keen to join us, and I very much appreciate it. And of course, it's not over. So the General Assembly will take place or take place. Yeah, so maybe with the mic is better.
So the AGA has started. That's how we elect the new delegates and the new board members. So the email went out this week. I can also put it on the website. You've got 2 weeks. If you were a paid member, you can apply to become a delegate. And from the delegates, where there's about 60 to 70, then you can apply to become a board member. So if you're interested in becoming a board member, that's the way to go forward. If you would, a functional person who would like more functional people on the board, that's the way to do it. But it's happening now. So if you're interested,
it's now.
Make it happen.
There's too many men in the board.
I'd like to add 2 more things. One is for the question before regarding what are we going to do for attracting other kind of actors. We discussed several times that the communication strategy will have different targets. So developers, of course, but the most important targets will be functionals and decision makers, being a PM or CTOs or CEO, whatever. And regarding, adopting new board members' profiles, last year we had probably 10 proposals out of 9 positions. So the truth is we don't have enough people candidating themselves, even if we have a lot of delegates, I think. I don't know how many, but yeah, we have quite a good number of delegates. So just step up and ring our doorbell and get votes. So that's the way.
Yeah, and just to share my personal experience, before joining the board, I talked with Stéphane, I talked with Maxime also to ask what is going on the board, what do you talk about, will it be okay for me, because I'm not techie, I won't understand a thing. And so they told me a little bit of it, and so I can do the same for new for maybe new board members. I'm tired. For new candidates, I can also answer those kind of questions. I'm available for that. And so I can reassure you, it's nice to go and to be in the board.
And then if I may have a suggestion to include more functional people, it can start also with technical people, because when you work with functional people on a daily basis, and maybe they help you write specifications for modules that you are going to contribute to CA. So maybe in your internal process, you could encourage your functional people to write their specification in a GitHub issue. Why not, and discuss it before contributing, and then encourage them to test on run both instead of testing on your internal development system, and then give their feedback on the pull request. I don't know if some of you do that in your daily process, but that's also a way to help bring functional people. You can also train them to use a little bit of GitHub. It's not more difficult than using your internal issue tracking system. So that could be a possibility.
Easier than Confluence. Probably more easy even, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't come naturally. I know from experience that we need to to explain.
but open question. Maybe the tooling is not the correct for the functional people. GitHub, maybe there should be another tool for functional.
Or maybe not. I don't think GitHub is more difficult than Jira or Redmine or whatever.
Right
So.
now, genuinely, I don't know what is the problem to contribute with RFC and blueprints currently. Maybe it's the tooling, and we need another platform for that.
Or maybe people still don't know that's a way we could contribute, because you're talking about, I'm not sure we have a document explaining it. Maybe we do, maybe it's hidden somewhere, it's not clear for everyone. So what Pedro is saying, that a way to contribute with functional contributions, it's to, before even proposing a module, is proposing RFC, request for comments, like, I'm thinking on building X, and this is what I think it should do. Any other opinions there? Is this right? Or other ideas? Should we go ahead? Should we change something? So start a discussion, proposing a design before building the module. And then so the process doesn't start when the module is coded and it's proposed. The process can start when we are still designing the module. And theirs is the functional domain. So those are the people designing what needs to be built. It's not the coder, the developer yet. So that's kind of a process that it's possible to do. I've done it for several times. Other people do it, but maybe it's not. It's not a popular for sure. You don't see it frequently. So maybe something more needs to be done for this to happen more frequently.
Luis is pointing to something interesting. Did you say?
Yeah. As there are so little reps on OCA that has the discussion tab active. In Brazilian localization, we don't have a agreement to achieve it, and I really want, because the discussion can able people to ask simple questions and start to contribute. But if we can't create this opening, it's very, very difficult to the new guys come on.
To enable the discussions on the repository. There's a feature.
That's a new feature, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to answer that. I think it's more a fact than a question, actually.
I think it's a suggestion. I was going to say, I think it's a suggestion, just enabling a feature on the repos for the discussion. I personally wasn't aware if that was relevant or not. So a few years back, we got the opposite feedback. We were told, you have too many channels, we are lost, we don't know where to go, right? So because there were dozens and mailing lists, phantom mailing lists nobody used, there's a contributors mailing list, and there's Discord, and there's tons of channels to communicate. But yeah,
just on that.
Go ahead.
So about 2 months ago, I deleted 78 mailing lists. Nobody noticed. Nobody raised a single question about it, right? So, one person noticed. Who?
Yeah, I know, because we didn't receive any mail anymore from that mailing list, right?
Yeah, because they just weren't used. So we just collapsed it into two, and I think it's been a lot easier as well from there. So that's part of the problem, is that we had so many channels. We had 80-odd mailing lists. We had all sorts of things going on. So yeah, we constantly need to look at our tooling. But also when it comes to project-specific tooling, like enabling GitHub discussions or things like that, certainly, I mean, the board can say this is a good idea, but that generally sits with the project steering committees, and it's not up to us to sort of stand on their toes so much.
Tangentially related is the question that we try to fight a little bit against huge repositories with many modules. And so there is a tendency to go to more manageable repos, but the problem is that GitHub Discussions is linked to one repo. So that would have the effect of splitting some discussion across repositories and maybe making them harder to find. I don't know, but there might be a discussion to be had about this channel. That can be discussions, or we could have each PSC have a way to advertise their preferred communication channel, whether it be Discord or a discussion tab on their repo. For localization, for instance, it can make total sense to have the discussion enabled. For the stock logistics repos, if we have 10 repos or more dedicated to that, does it make sense to have 10 discussion channels? So
maybe we can connect the GitHub discussion with the Odoo discussion to join all the conversations together and increase the SEO ranking of the OCA website.
So there's a suggestion here to link the discussion of GitHub with the Odoo discussion to get a better ranking. That's what you propose? Okay. Question?
I mean, the discussions in the repository is probably not a good idea because of different discussions in different repositories. Since we're using Discord, they also have this feature now that you can have discussions inside that behaves like a discussion board, like Discourse, for example. Or, of course, something like Discourse is a good solution too. So that you just have one thing, and if you need to divide topics, you can then use tools for that, or tags, flags. Not 20 tools in 20 places, because that will just result in nobody finds anything, and you don't get response because you asked just in a wrong channel.
Yeah, it's very good point.
I have just a small concern from the treasury perspective. That's the experience we have with Travis. As soon as we put our stakes on a service that might be for profit, at some point we're gonna have to pay for that. So
Well, I think what's summarized here is our own external communication was of this plan for that year to set it up. I hear from you that there is also a need for how do we properly communicate and integrate maybe more functional people or in a more streamlined channels. So we've heard you, and I think we have to work a little bit on this to provide some guidance. I like the approach not to use one thread for every repo. I don't think it's constructive. I think a last question in the end.
And discussions might make sense for some repos and maybe it's yesterday's decision. Each project may decide if they want discussions or not.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we've seen some great improvement on the runboat and on the migration tooling and everything. And I think most of us use it, and most of us want to see it improve faster. So do we want that the OCA funds some of that development, or do we want to actually have some other additional mutualization fees for those who actually want to contribute money instead of above the time you already invest in it? Is it clear? Or?
I'm not sure, sorry.
Do we want to fund the runboat development, or do we want to fund the runboat, the migration scripts and open upgrade scripts that we have, or do we want to just leave it to the people who have time to do it?
Well, so currently, most of the funds we get from the membership fees and from the sponsorships, we use it for the infrastructure for all of you to be able to produce work together. So the main investment goes in the platform, that's for sure, and the maintenance of the tools like the runboat and everything. But then there is a major part of our cost. The budget is all open. You will have in the AGA, so you have all the financial results. So the current expense we have is also our own internal costs to actually run this association, and there is not much left. So in the part that is left, we have this event, among others, that we spend a fair share of the budget on it. And the remaining part, we provide some RFQ for it's through this Open Upgrade project. It's the only project among all the repo we have that we are currently funding in this way. The reason for this is that it's the only tool that allows to have open migration through Odoo version, and we think this is very closely linked to the mission of the OCA as an order of magnitude that any other work we do has. So that's why we choose this one, but I mean, it's a decision we took I will say, among the board. It seems to be supported by everyone until then, since many years, and we continue to carry it on. I don't know if you have other opinion. Seems okay. Yeah, you want to add?
Well, yeah, just one important point. An event like this not only involves a lot of work from all, but a huge chunk of the money that we got from membership. Just to get you an idea, it's about, I don't have the exact figures right now, but running an event like this costs more than 30,000 euro in a whole, and so we have to make it all work, and it wouldn't be working at all if we hadn't a lot of people contributing their time, and also you guys, you're coming from all over the world, attending the meeting, contributing to the event, sharing ideas, and this is something that we would like to contain. And I think as soon as we achieve to be able to run such events on a continuous basis, then we can think of further things to do.
Maybe one last question, yeah?
I wanted to thank the organizations, and wanted to know if there is some retrospective and some plan to get to earn from this event and to create the next one. And I don't know if as a member of the association how we can help more to organize the event.
All right, so for the survey, after every event we usually run a survey, so every one of you can feedback us about what has been great, what has been a little bit less great, and we try always to improve. Trying is not succeeding, but I think it shows some goodwill. As per of helping, I don't know if some of the event part will answer to that one. Yeah, I think usually we have some calls for help, so we gladly take some help to packet up everything afterwards. In the organizing of the event itself, I mean, it was mostly run by some people among the board, that is true. And I mean, Rebecca has definitely coordinated everything in this case for making this real. Yeah, also, yeah, thanks. And I think Axon deserves also some applause because they found the place, especially Laurent, which invested personal time in finding the place, the food, the sofa and everything. Honestly, he made the music band. So standing ovation, please, for Laurent. Thank you very much for this. We owe you something here. I think we're getting close to the end of it. To let you know that among the board, we're also questioning how we will be tomorrow, and we are discussing some ideas about this. We understand we lack some fundings to pursue the contribution over time once we contributed after for a customer project to carry it on, the lack of steering. And I think we need to find a way to make some incentive for the company to invest on this. So we have a couple of ideas, but as is not disclosed yet, I will release them in a later stage. But definitely this is our main working point from now on, is to find a way to make incentive for the company to fund the OCA in return of something. And that's what we will work around for the following year, I guess. I'm talking about all integrators company, not Odoo. Huh?
There's no way you're going to get money from the...
No, Odoo will not fund the OCA, I guess, but we never know, you know. It goes a bit against the independent keywords that all of you choose among the five we have. Huh? Yes, Pedro?
Talking about Odoo, is a plan to talk with Fabian. There is the yearly talk with him, OCA, Odoo, or that event has been cancelled?
To be honest, this is a bit my fault. So every year I was in Belgium, I organized a talk for an hour or so with the board and Fabien. And since we had this remote session the 2 previous years, it has turned out that Fabien gets in an MAA session inside our own conferences. I found it very great. And honestly, I think this year I completely forgot to call him to set this up, so it's probably my guilt. So maybe I can catching up during the days. If I can, I will. But I have not planned it in advance this year, unfortunately, to be honest. Yep, I think we reached the end of the time we had. I want to thank you all for your joining and your investment during those days. I hope you enjoyed it. In the name of the board, I will definitely thank you all. We cannot have this great event without your participation. So it is us that applause you now.
And so now we need some arms downstairs to help pack the room. Thank you very much.
Oh, before you leave, I forgot to think. So, if you're happy to wear the OCA shirt during the Odoo Days, please do. It's very welcome. It contributes to our communication plan. And a little practical information, there is train from Liège to Brussels every hours and every hours and a half. So every half hour you get the train, yeah. But at 00 and half. So if you need a train, that's the practical information for you. Have a nice end of day. Bye-bye. Graham, it's yours.
You can stay as is?
Yeah, I'll just I'll take it down.
Non, mais ça maintient une ligne, malgré tout. Là, je suis